Davis is your current points leader, followed by Colton Martin, 20 behind him. In third place is Zachary Zielinski. In fourth is Carlos Grenier, and in fifth is the Gorilla, James Zellman. In the six shooters, coming in tonight, Michael Yetton is on top of the knop. It's at top of the points lead. Steve Miller Jr. is in second. Steve Miller Sr. in third. Roswell Mason is in fourth. And Zach Zielinski is in fifth. Our young guns don't run for points, but they are also scheduled on the high banks tonight, and it's going to be a fun night. NASTRA Modified's current points leader is Tyler Leary. And 2 points behind him is the young shoe of Nathan Wenzel, followed by JT Cloutier, Brian Chapin, and the great veteran of Eric Leclerc sits in fifth. NASTRA Late Models points look like this. Tim Wenzel has got the top notch. 28 points behind him is the rookie this season, coming off a victory here at the High Banks, J.D. Stockwell. In third is Hillary Rennell. In fourth, Kevin McKnight. Talk about Mr. Consistency. Sets in fourth spot. And in fifth is Robert Hagar, the rowdy one. All right, Monadnock Speedway Pace Truck's going to lead out our young guns, the stars of tomorrow. Starting on a pole out of Orange, Massachusetts, a third-generation driver in the 29 Mass. That is Showtime, Addison Brooks. To her outsider, starting in the second spot, is the 16 of Hunter Duquette. Starting third, coming off a single victory, would love to go to victory lane for another time here at the High Banks, is Marcus O'Neill. 2 rookies start next on the field. In the 25, that's Kaylin Hubbard. In the 14 is her sister out of Richmond, New Hampshire. That is Cambry Hubbard. And starting scratch on the field, the big dog, we call him, that is Owen Zielinski in the 8Z. Zielinski going to make the move up shortly. Did it last Saturday night here during the JDV event and ran with the Pure Stocks. Did a great job. He's definitely ready. He's definitely ready to advance his skill level and see what we can do. Chris Horton's going to shake the green flag. Going to tell him they're going green next time. 8 laps is a qualifying event for our young guns. Again, stars of tomorrow. We've seen all kinds of stars that are working now in different divisions that moved up. Brooks is going to take us to the point, the showtime. Wants to be the showstopper tonight. Addison Brooks brings him down the backstretch. They're going to enter the Serve Pro start zone. Chris Horton got green, ready to roll. We're underway. Race of Champions starts right now. Addison Brooks trucks out the 29 Mass. Duquette's got a bumper full of Marcus O'Neill. O'Neill dives to the inside, going down the backstretch, looking to take P2 away. And Will coming out of turn number 4. Marcus O'Neill in the Steve Gauthier former paint job, 57. They share the Jaffrey, New Hampshire hometown for sure. Now O'Neill sets his sights to the back bumper of Brooks. Working his way up through the field is the 8Z. O'Neill makes the challenge down the backstretch. Brooks stays low. O'Neill gets sideways coming out of turn number 4. Marcus O'Neill trying to work the 57. Goes to the bottom side. Brooks shuts the door. Addison Brooks working the wheel. We're halfway down. 4 down, 4 to go. Brooks still getting the heat turned up from the wick of the 57. Marcus O'Neill works his line, taps the bumper, lets Addison know he's there. Addison Brooks starts on the pole, looking to go to victory in her heat race. First of many we've got coming up for you, exciting here at the High Banks today. Addison Brooks got 2 laps to fend off O'Neill. But here comes the 8Z, the big dog, the hard charger. Coming up, he's got 3rd place, sets his sights on the 57. Brooks coming around, takes the white. She's got 1 lap to hold him off. O'Neill looks to the outside that time. Does she try to do the slide underneath? He gets to the bumper, not going to make it that time. Got 1 more corner to get through. Chewed her in. Not going to happen. Finish goes to the 29 of Addison Brooks, Marcus O'Neill, the big dog, Owen Zielinski in the 8Z, Kaylin Hubbard in the 25, Hunter Duquette in the 16, and a little spin from the 14 of Cambry Hubbard. Got a right front flat down.
How's that?
All right. Next up on the Speedway will be our mini stock division.
Waiting for the pace truck to drive out. Don't forget, everybody, you are sitting here in the grandstands, but there are folks at home we'd like to welcome for Nest Division. If you're spending your Saturday at the house instead of down here at the racetrack, you may find it so exciting you can't stand it and you'll want to drive down here and join us, but meanwhile it's there, and of course it's available later on review. Pace truck waits at the top of pit road for the mini stocks to get ready to go. An important day for Louis Mayer, hoping he can repeat as a former champion in the mini stocks. He's got a decent cushion, but he said he's going to take it easy today. He doesn't want to wreck the race car just to try to get to victory lane, but he does want to qualify well enough to maintain his point lead. And that point lead will be over Cameron Sontag by about 24 points. So just a wait here while everybody gets lined up and ready to roll. Our thanks again to the folks across the backstretch, E-Keys for Cars, who provide our message board when we need it, and the folks at Advanced Auto Parts for the scoreboard. You probably heard, and we'll tell you a number of times as the season goes on, that next year there will be a new look on the racetrack. There will be a new surface, the first time since it was paved like this in 1973. And if you happen to be 50 years old, you may need a little repaving yourself to run more smoothly. So that's what the track is getting. But right now it's the same old surface with the same drivers who've been using it for 50 seasons. And leading them out in the first qualifier in the 57, that's Patrick Houle from Vernon, Vermont. Patrick in the Demco Auto Parts machine. The 671, that's Kyle Templeton from Claremont, New Hampshire, the Nissan of Lebanon entry. Next on the grid will be the 69, your point leader, Louis Maha from Baldwinville, Massachusetts. Louis in the 69, ready to roll. Next to him, the guy who's chasing him for points in the 13, Cameron Sontag from Sterling, Massachusetts, the Sontag Welland Pump entry. Next on the grid, the 35, that's David Pratt II. David Pratt hails from Cambridgeport, Vermont. Next to him in the 12K, haven't been in a mini stock before. You'll remember it's Keith Johnson, former top late model driver in seasons past, went ACT racing this year, thought he'd have some fun, so he's out there in the 12K. Next to him, the 71, Skeeter Bierce. Skeeter Bierce joined us partway through the season from Milford, New Hampshire in the Kemp's service station entry. And back from Sebring, Florida in the 57X, that's Dick Houle, former Enduro champion here. Right behind him on the list, that'll be Jake Pochalski in the 29 out of Whately, Mass. So here they go, first of the 8-lap qualifiers for mini stocks. Patrick Houle takes him down into turn 2 off the corner. Look out, around goes the 35 of Pratt. Hanging on to that caution, and Pratt refires, no caution. Louis Mayer goes to the top, takes over the lead. Sontag chases him off turn 2. Louis Mayer, Cameron Sontag, Patrick Houle, Kyle Templeton, Keith Johnson, Skeeter Bierce, all chasing down David Pratt, who's going to go a lap down in about a lap or so. Louis Mayer Said he's going to take it easy, but he's not going to lift for any reason. Here comes Cameron. Louis Maha, Cameron Sontag, Kyle Templeton, Patrick Kuhl slips back to fourth. Keith Johnson, his first drive in a mini stock, holding his own back there. Whoa, look out, Pratt spins, debris on the track. Here comes the back markers right over that. Dick Kuhl gets around it, caution comes out. Tough break for Pratt. That car just came out from underneath him, and around he goes. And Kevin's here.
Good to see you, Dave. Yeah, Mr. Pratt was having a hard time first couple of laps in that heat event. Came down the front stretch, definitely loose. And as you mentioned, Dave, looks like he lost the back part of his car. Some sheet metal is out on the track. Track officials out there to pick it up, and we'll see if we can get going for 4 more laps, 5 more laps, 6 more laps for this heat event.
Somewhere around there's a shear pin hanging out because when Pratt went into pits, the right front of his hood was flapping in the breeze, which means there was a hood pin missing. Don't know where that came off as a result of that piece of metal. Nobody wants a shear pin, or a hood pin, I should say. We're not snowing here yet.
Yeah. That's one of the most dangerous things. One of the most dangerous things that could be out there on the track for any race. So definitely want to pick that one up.
Well, Dick Kuhl, tradition, we've had an Enduro in the name of his late girlfriend. Dick comes up for that, but this year that's not on the schedule. But Dick thought he'd come up and race the final race with his brother anyway. So you've got Patrick Kuhl in the black and white 57, and the 57X is Dick Kuhl. As we said, Dick's a former Enduro champion of several decades back, basically retired entirely and spent most of his time in Florida. Thought he'd come up here and get chilled a little bit, escape the Florida hurricanes, and come to one here in New England instead.
He came this close.
That close. Just missed it by that much. Thankful gosh. All right, we're ready to restart lap 5 out of 8 here for the mini stock first qualifier. There's another one to come. 17 minis in the pits tonight. Ready in the Servpro start zone. Here's the green. We're on our way. On the gas again. Louis Maha takes him down into turn 1. Cameron Sontag's there. Kyle Templeton almost lost it when he slipped off the racing surface. Patrick Kuhl trying to come back. There goes Johnson sideways down the backstretch all the way around. Slides to the inside of turn 3. And it's not refiring, and we are going yellow. All right. That saves him a lap. Don't quite know how that one transpired, whether that car slipped out from underneath him or whether he got a little love tap coming off of 2. Didn't quite see that.
Well, this is one of the Sontag cars that Keith Johnson is driving here today for us for the last event of the year. I was talking to him in the pits. I'm like, "What are you doing here, man? This car's way too small for you." You know, he's usually driving an act car or a big late model car. He says, "I'm just coming out here and having a little bit of fun." I don't think he had any help there when it came to the turn on the back stretch. He's just getting used to that mini stock.
And they're getting ready to line up and complete this one. He's still got 3 to go. Louis Maha and Cameron Sontag will lead them down the backstretch underneath the Advanced Auto Parts scoreboard toward the Servpro start zone. Louis kind of pulls ahead a little bit. Everybody comes to catch up. They come into the Servpro zone. Here comes the green. Here comes the cars. Louis Mayer quickly off of turn 4, back into front. Sontag tapping him on the bumper, coming out of 2. Skeeter Bierce has moved up to 4th place now. Templeton slipping and sliding in 5th. Johnson loses it, brings it back, coming off of turn 4. Meanwhile, the battle up front. Maha and Sontag. White flag, one last chance. There's Sontag inside. Cameron Sontag picks it up off of turn 4, sweeps underneath Maha and pulls into the lead. Maha to 2nd. He's going to come right back to test him. And a good run for Pat Kuhl in 3rd. Checkers is out. Sontag, Maha, Kuhl, Burse, and Templeton, your top 5. Keith Johnson 6, 7 is Dick Hool. That's your first round for mini stock qualifying for tonight's 25-lap championship event.
Healthy amount of mini stocks here with us this afternoon for the big final event at Monadnock Speedway. And as David was mentioning, the big announcement, many big announcements this past week, but the tearing up and repaving of the track, which is going to begin this week. As soon as the parking lot clears out, the big equipment is coming in, and they're going to be busy here at Monadnock Speedway.
We thought about actually having, I think you guys talked about it on Checker Flag Report this morning, about having time-lapse cameras or something so folks could watch the progress, and I think there was some reference to that possibly happening.
I told them that they could probably sell tickets. People would sit in the beer garden and watch this track get ripped up and paved again. I bet they could.
Well, we'll find out. First of all, we got racing to do. This is round 2 for the mini stocks. On the pole in the 12, that's Christopher Sontag out of Sterling, Massachusetts, a Sontag well and pump entry. Next to him, it's Bob Williams. He's been tearing it up since he came over to race at Monadnock midway through the season in the 41. Drives out of Hudson, New Hampshire. Starting third, and he really wants to get a win in the last race of the season. Veteran driver from Winchendon, Massachusetts, that's Kevin Clayton in the hometown Irving number 48. Next to him in the McGee Automotive Race Team machine, the 33 for Aaron Aiken. Aaron Aiken racing with us out of Claremont, New Hampshire. Next on the grid, the 44, that will be Dylan Quinn. Next to Dylan is Nolan McClay. Then Gordon Farnham is back, champion last year. He's brought the 46 back out, and the 90 is Des Gillens. Whoa, little contact between Sontag and Williams, and they go slipping and sliding through into one. And Sontag gets waved on, no caution there, as Williams turns up the wick. Hang on. The 46, that may not be Gordon Farnham. It is, and that's not a Gordon Farnham kind of drive in that 46. It's Williams, Aiken, Clayton, McClay, Skillings, then Quinn and Gordon Farnham. Gordon's got to really turn off the wick in his old car if he's going to catch the field. And actually, the old car is not his car. Hang on, around goes Cameron Sontag again. This one may cause a caution. Chris Sontag having just an awful race here today. That car does not want to stay down. Williams, Aiken, Clayton, McClay, Skillings. The 46, a car originally owned by Billy Chafee that Gordon Farnham bought to prove it could go fast, and he's trying to. We've got halfway here. Williams and Aiken, and Williams is really ripping it up now with 2 laps to go. Chris Sontag trying to get that 12 out of the way. Williams takes 2 to go. Aiken, Clayton, McClay, Skillings, and Gordon Farnham is charging toward the front. Quinn is getting left in the lurch. Look out, trouble on the 41. A big cloud of smoke as they come down for the 1 lap to go, and Bob Williams will go up in smoke. Don't know whether that was a blown engine or a sucked valve, but that was pretty spectacular. We'll have to take a quick look and see if there's stuff on the track or whether that was another internal combustion accident.
Track personnel taking a close look at the track where Bob Williams blew up over there. A lot of smoke, Dave, an awful lot of smoke, which is sad to see. I mean, I know Bob was really excited about this race. He's come to Monadnock a couple of times this year, was super successful, really fast in this mini stock division when he came here. 2 victories under his belt, and he was looking to get a big win this afternoon here at Monadnock. It's tough to see that white smoke coming out the back of that mini stock.
Well, it certainly came out the headers. I didn't see it like it came out the bottom. It might be something where they could pull that thing apart and get in there, bang around on it, and have them ready to go for the feature, because we've got a little extra time when we get the big wheel race in between qualifying and our feature event round. But that gives the lead, at least for the moment, to Aaron Aiken. Aaron has had a couple of podium finishes so far this year, but not a victory here, although I think she'd like to. She was tearing it up last year over at Star Speedway. She was winning everything in sight, and has had some obviously consistent luck at Claremont Motorsport Park over the years. And this is the first year she's really spent most of the season racing with us, and as a result has got that car pretty well dialed in. Guys are checking now to see whether they need to do anything there, whether there's parts and pieces or fluid on the track. They're slowing everybody down.
Yeah, they're taking a look at Mr. Clayton's car, and a couple of words with Mr. Clayton. We'll see what's going on.
Maybe Kevin's got something going on with his. Apparently, we'll find out.
We'll find out soon enough. Kevin Clayton, he's been running so strong this year, Dave. I know a lot of talk has been with Louis Mayer. But Kevin has been right there looking for that checkered flag. He's got one more chance this afternoon here at Monadnock.
And he's going to have tough competition up front, but he's been probably one of the most consistent drivers all season long, and finds himself currently in third place in points. He's 26 points out of first place and 2 points behind Cameron Sontag for second in the field, and they are both following Louis Maha. So we'll try it again, restart lap 7, see if we can get this one over with. It's Aaron Aiken and Kevin Clayton, Nolan McClay and Des Skillings. Here they come, green is out, on the gas. Aaron Aiken jumps off the corner first. Kevin slides right in behind her, he's got a block. McClay got down too low, almost got into the side of the 48. Here comes Gordon Farnham, bam, into the background of McClay. White flag is out, it's Aiken, Clayton, Gordon Farnham, Des Stillings, Sontag making a comeback now. Quinn sitting at the back of the field. Checkered flag in the air now, and here we come. Aaron Aiken takes the win. Kevin Clayton, Nolan McClay, Gordon Farnham, Des Skillings. Chris Sontag wraps up in 6th, and the 7th finish of the 44 of Dylan Quinn. Whoa. So we have to dual check on what's happened with Rob Williams in the pits, see whether he will be able to fix whatever went wrong and come back, or whether he's done for the day. And that'll give us a chance to move on to our next round of qualifiers, which will bring up the Pure Stocks and another good field of cars in the pits for the Pure Stock division. And here they come.
All right, yeah, we have 17 Pure Stocks in the pits this afternoon here at Monadnock Speedway, and a couple of the faster ones are coming out right now. Tim Taft in the 11 leads them out behind the Monadnock Speedway Toyota Tundra, and to the back of Mr. Taft is actually Colton Martin. Now, Colton Martin and Andrea St. Amour have played a little trade when it comes to their cars. Colton is driving Andrea's car, and Andrea will drive Colton's car, which we are going to see in the next heat. So we got to be on our toes over here when it comes to who's driving what car.
And Kevin, that car went to victory lane at the Lee USA Speedway last Saturday with Colton Martin behind the wheel.
Wow, it's been to victory lane a couple of times this year at many different tracks here at Monadnock, also to the north at Claremont Motorsports Park, so we'll see what ends up happening today. CJ Johnson is in the 95, also from Gill, Massachusetts. Zachary Zielinski in the Neil A. Zielinski Pure Stock. We have Chris Davis, he's your points leader. We'll be talking about Chris today in the 16. Also, Mike Douglas out of Northfield, Massachusetts in the 98. Jimmy Zellman, the Gorilla, he was the fastest in practice in the 01. Joshua Hubbard is in the 14, and Scott Bean joins us from Ashland, New Hampshire for some racing today. He's in the 24J. We have a green flag, and There goes Colton Martin right away, makes the big pass on Tim Taft, and coming down the back stretch, Zielinski's on the backside, on the far side of Taft, looking to gain some speed as they enter turns 3 and 4. And man, is that Nissan fast. Wow. Colton Martin and Andrea St. Amour's 20. Of course, the official number is 4 for this heat race. Zachary Zielinski in second, and Tim Taft holding on to third. CJ Johnson trying to pass on the outside, trying to pass our points leader on the outside. Chris Davis super busy with his racing team all week long. Big motor swap happening in that pure stock so he could go racing on Championship Saturday. Colton Martin still way out in front. Zachary Zielinski, who is third in points right now, is in second. Tim Taft, and then you have Chris Davis and Jimmy Zellman in the 0-1. Jimmy Zellman has also found victory lane here at Monadnock this season. This is an 8-lap heat event, and it's one of 2 here at Monadnock Speedway this afternoon. Oh, look at Colton Martin. He is just out for a Sunday drive right now, just cruising right along. It seems as though Zachary Zielinski is doing the same. The racing is happening behind Mr. Taft, with Jimmy Zellman trying to make a move on the points leader, trying to go high, go low. Points leader, Chris Davis, making a couple of different adjustments to that pure stock that we'll be passing along as we go through the afternoon. But I was talking to him earlier this afternoon. He just wants to play it safe today. Chris Davis is 20 points in the lead right now. 20 points in front of his nearest competitor when it comes to the points battle, Colton Martin, who is right now out in front. So here we go, checkers for Colton Martin in the borrowed car, and then Zachary Zielinski. Tim Taft with a good showing. He's gonna hold on to third. Chris Davis, Jimmy Zellman, CJ Johnson, and our other drivers helping us out tonight here in this field, Scott Bain and also Joshua Hubbard.
Well, in the 98, I think that's Mike Douglas.
Mike Douglas too, yep.
Mike Douglas in the 98. We might just say happy birthday to Cassidy Douglas.
Oh, okay.
Birthday tomorrow.
Wonderful.
1 year away from being having her first cranky Yankee down at the Outlaw. And don't forget, our 50-50 lady right down there. Everybody sing happy birthday to Nicole Perchette.
Oh, happy birthday, Nicole! Get
Now,
yourself a 50-50 ticket.
If you didn't sing, you got to buy 2 tickets, not 1. 50-50. I want to have the biggest one of the year this year, so make sure you raise your hand and hand over the dough.
All right, the second heat race for our pure stock division here at Monadnock. Dominic Stafford, who 3-4 weeks ago got his first victory in the pure stocks in the 56, and that is Andrea St. Amour. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Chris Chambers in the 20 VT, right behind. Then the 97, that is Adrian Smith, who started off the season here at Monadnock in the Young Guns division. Carlos Grenier in that super fast 1NH. Tegan Edson is in the 57. The 8 is Mike Radzik, and the 20 is Reagan Buffum. So we have 8 in this heat race as our flag man, Mr. Horton, doubles them up this time around. And we'll go racing the next time around as the lights are out. Coming down the back stretch, it will be Dominic Stafford looking for that green flag from Chris Horton. Chris Horton, come on, buddy, wave that flag, and there it is! Dominic Stafford trying to hold off Chris Chambers, and Chambers is gone. Dominic Stafford holding on, won't let Chris go too far, and he's going to drag race him down the back stretch. Chris Chambers on the high side, coming into 3 and 4, holding on, the field holding on. Chris Chambers out in front again, and he's going to be able to get in front of Stafford this time by this lap. Chris Chambers in the 20 VT, coming through fast. Dominic Stafford and Adrian Smith. It will be interesting to see. I don't know where Andrea St. Amour ends up being. She was supposed to come out in Colton Martin's number 4 on this race. We'll straighten it out here up at the tower and figure out where everybody is. Chris Chambers out in front, unless that's Andrea St. Amour and Chris Chambers' car. What could happen? We'll find out for you. Dominic Stafford in second place and Adrian Smith in that Acura. That Acura is a championship car from Claremont Motorsports Park. It's been fast here in the Young Guns division here at Monadnock Speedway, and been pretty darn fast too here in the Pure Stocks. Lap number 5 of 8. And out in front, I'm just gonna call that Chris Chambers. I'll try to get a closer look next time by just to make sure. I think it's him. All right, Chris Chambers still out in front. Dominic Stafford and Adrian Smith. 1, 2, and 3. White flag is in the air for the 20. Single file racing all the way through. And the 20. We'll say Chris Chambers grabbing the checkered flag here in this 8-lap heat race. Dominic Stafford, Adrian Smith, and then Chris Chambers. Chris Chambers followed by Tegan Edson in the 57. And then the 8 of Mike Radzik and Reagan Buffum going right into the pits. Late models will be out in just a moment. We want to mention the big wheel race. The big wheel race is going to come up right after the heat race for the 6-shooters. So when the 6-shooters are doing their heat race, if you have kids that want to be a part of our big wheel race, meet right down here by the flag stand. I'll meet the kids down there and the parents as well, and we'll go out on the track right after the 6-shooters have their heat race. I believe there is an age limit, isn't there, Randy?
They are. Stand by 1 second.
All right. This is a 12-entry field today for the late models. Kevin McKnight out of Orange, Massachusetts, still looking for that first victory in a late model this season here at Monadnock. Right behind Hillary Renault out of Vernon, Vermont. When it comes to the points battle, Hillary is in 3rd right now. The number 45 is J.D. Stockwell. Thomas Small joins us from Westfield, Massachusetts in the 15. Andrew Brusso from Claremont, New Hampshire in the 81X. And Dylan Zulo in the 16Z. So a couple of Claremont cars joining us this afternoon here at Monadnock for the late models, Randy.
Yes, sir. We're ready to go late model racing here at the high banks of Monadnock Speedway. Thank you, folks, for joining us tonight. And this afternoon, I should say. It's too, used to the night thing. But McKnight's going to lead us to the point this time by. Renault will be on his outside. Your winner from last week, J.D. Stockwell, starts 3rd. Thomas Small said he was glad to be back visiting with us again here at the Monadnock Speedway. And here we're ready to go. He said he's been here before. Dylan Zulo, the hot shoe out of Claremont. First time back in here at the high banks in a rear-wheel drive. And Andrew Baruso, they're going to hit the Serve Pro start zone. McKnight's going to lead the pace. Here we are. Green flag is out. McKnight to the inside. Renault to the outside. J.D. Stockwell working in the mix. Renault punches the hot button and takes the lead. Dives it into turns 3 and 4. Exits turn number 4. She'll cross the stripe. She's your new leader. Hillary Renault in the North Star sponsored 88 car, putting the heavy pedal down, working its way through. J.D. Stockwell takes the 2nd spot. Here comes the 81 of Andrew Baruso. Baruso looking really sound tonight. Hillary Renault is your leader. J.D. Stockwell looking to do a repeat from last week. He was such an excited young man to talk to. We had him on the Checkered Flag Report. Kevin got a chance to speak with him. He's not a man of many words, but man, the ones he uses are with the pedals on that 45 car. Hillary Renault still is your leader. They're halfway down, got halfway to go. The 88 still piloting, setting the pace. JD Stockwell right there at the back bumper, green and green. They used to say green wasn't lucky in racing. You'd hate to tell the two of these guys that. Hillary's got the shoe in the right place. Sets it up low. JD Stockwell looking to cross it up. Goes high. Follows 2 by 2 coming through. Renault still your leader with 1 lap circuit to get it done. Here comes the checkers. Give it up for Vernon, Vermont's Hillary Renault. J.D. Stockwell, Andrew Baruso, McKnight, Zulo, and Small. Round out your field for heat qualifier number 1.
You know, I was kicking myself last week for missing J.D. Stockwell's win here at Monadnock in the big Winchester Fair event that happened last Saturday. J.D., his dad, the family, the team working so hard on that 45. And, you know, not only are they racing right here at Monadnock, but they're also racing to the north over at Claremont Motorsports Park. Andy's a student. It's been a busy summer for the entire racing team, and wow, a little bit of relief for the 45.
And he and Zach Zielinski are junior firefighters in my hometown in Northfield, and they're in the parade, the emergency services parade, last Sunday. So these guys got a really busy schedule running for sure. So here we go. Heat race number 2 out of Perkinsville, Vermont. Put your hands together for the 7X of Eric Smith. To his outside in the 19. That's a very special car for sure. That is Aaron Thompson out of Alstead, New Hampshire. Your current points leader, looking to do back-to-back championships in the 83. That's the Fireplace-sponsored 83 for Tim Wenzel. Next on the grid to his outside in the 97. That is Winchendon, Massachusetts, Mike Lashua. The mini stalker gun late model. Going to see him pull double duty today. Out of Fitzwilliam, New Hampshire, the 46NH for Gordon Farnham. And then last, starting on the grid in the scratch position is the 7. That is Richmond, New Hampshire's Leighton Lutz.
You know, a lot of respect for a race car driver and a race team that doesn't choose black for their color. Leighton Lutz in that orange 7 late model. Wow. You can't miss that. I think someone had a little bit of extra orange paint, Randy.
Well, sometimes, you know, maybe he's got connections with like the state of New Hampshire or something. Down the back stretch, Smith is going to lead him to the point. Hit the Serve Pro start zone. Green's going to roll. We're underway. Heat race number 2 for our late models. Smith jumps out to the early lead. Here comes Wenzel side by side with Thompson. Takes over the second spot. The 46 now of Gordon Farnham is going to pressure 19 of Aaron Thompson, but here comes your lead. Going to look to change it. Wenzel to the inside. Smith to the outside. Tim Wenzel. Their door handle to door handle. Drops the hammer. Comes out of turn number 4. He'll cross your line. Your new leaders. Tim Wenzel in the 83. Eric Smith in second. Aaron Thompson. Gordon Farnham, Leighton Lutz, and Mike Lashua. They'll be back shortly in our race feature champion event tonight for a 25-lap feature event. We're coming a halfway. Wenzel in the lead. Crossover flag shown to Tim Wenzel. Battle is for third now. Farnham looking to get by the 19 of Thompson. Farnham is around. Gordon Farnham smoking the rear tires. Set stall on the inside of the backstretch. Caution's going to be out on the speedway. Gordon Farnham looped the 46. and then wanted to make sure there was a lot of heat in the tires.
Evidently, yeah. Gordon Farnham has been piloting that 46 late model a couple of times this year here at Monadnock. He hasn't been here every Saturday night that we've had an event, but you know, he's been trying to figure this out. This is a bit of a new adventure for Gordon Farnham, new division for him to try and conquer, because we all know he can conquer divisions, Randy.
He sure can, and Farnham, no stranger to victory lane, still trying to get used to the rear-wheel drive late model versus the front-wheel drive pure stock, mini stock, and waking his way up to it. But knowing Gordon Farnham, Kevin, you're on the money. He is going to figure this thing out. He'll get it locked down, and that 46 NH will go to victory lane yet. Wenzel took over the early lead from Smith. Eric Smith, such a great young man, him and his dad to talk with in the pit area. You're just top-notch. Aaron Thompson. Aaron makes his way out of Pittsburgh, New Hampshire. Correction on his hometown. And First Lake General Store has bought Aaron a couple of tires today. So we wanted to give a special shout out to the First Lake General Store. Thanks for the help. And here we go. We're going to restack them and get ready to try to finish this out. We've got 3 laps remaining in this late model heat event. And here we go into the Surf Pro restart zone. Wenzel on the gas and takes off. Tim Wenzel, some contact between the 10, the 7, and the 46. Lutz looking to hold on to it coming down the backstretch. Mike Lashel in the 97 backs out wisely. 2 to go. Wenzel airs out the 83. The Virgilio Property Management 83 going to take the white this time by. Looking to solidify a championship. This would be back-to-back championships. Going to take the checker. Here comes Tim Wenzel. Tim Wenzel, Eric Smith, Aaron Thompson, Gordon Farnham, Leighton Lutz, Mike Lashel in the 97 will round out that heat event. And we're getting ready and set to go time trialing for our Nastra Modifieds. All right, here we go. Time trials set for the Nastra Modifieds. It is a Quest for the Cup event tonight. This is leg number 3 of 4. The cup will be handed to the victor at the Lee USA Speedway during Oktoberfest at day number 3, October 1st. The Quest for the Cup. We'll wait and see who that's going to be.
All right, once they have completed their qualifying, we will have, right after the Big Wheels race, we'll draw for the invert to see who really ends up on the pole. Not necessarily the fastest driver, but it could be. And we'll keep track of how they time out here as they start to roll out. First one coming out in the 84, the veteran from East Hampton, Massachusetts. He drives the Tri-State Truck and Trailer Teddy Bear Pools entry. This is Eric Leclerc.
Currently in 5th place in the points. What a great consistent runner Eric has been.
First lap, 13.797 for Leclerc. Eric Leclerc works by himself, doesn't buy many tires, stays out there, drops it down to a 13.636. His cool down lap, he'll head it into the pits. and relax until the 100-lap feature time coming up here later on this afternoon.
Also hard to believe that this young lady, we talked to her in the pit area, is a rookie in this division out of Harwington, Connecticut. Please welcome Nancy Muni. Nancy says she's just starting to get a hold of how this car handles and works. Hard to believe, out of the crafty veteran, got multiple laps here at the high banks of Monadnock Speedway, and she's looking to juice this car up today. Here she comes, lap number 1 with a 14.468. Gonna look to try to pick up some speed. She comes out of turn number 2, down the backstretch. Light into turns 3 and 4. She'll get back on the gas. Comes out of turn number 4 with a 13.930. 13.930.
Next driver rolling out of the pits, another of our rookies from Swansea, New Hampshire. Pay attention, he's on the backstretch billboards. Adam LaPointe Electrical, and driver Adam LaPointe lent that car a couple weeks ago to Matt Kimball, so it may have helped get him set up. Adam LaPointe taking his first lap in the 51. As I say, LaPointe's racing experience was basically the modified. Had raced some others earlier in the year. His first lap, 14.220. 14.220 for Adam LaPointe. Look at his second lap as he rolls across the stripe. Powers it down there and drops it to a 13.758. Good pickup. 13.758.
Next, ready to take time in the 79. This is the blue and yellow 79. He definitely gets the award for the farthest traveled out of St. Johnsbury, Vermont. St. Albans, Vermont. In the 79 is Jason Bonnet. Bonnet, a longtime dirt track racer gun, short track asphalt modified. Does such a great job. He's a great young man and has an awesome young crew. 14.236 after getting squirrely coming out of turn number 4. Looking to better that time. Here he comes down to the point. Hits the stripe with a 14.061 for a qualifying lap for Jason.
In case you wonder how they set the lineup for qualifying, they take the second round of practice and they take the times on that and then invert them for the lineup to run qualifying. So we'll roll out now in the 88 from Winchester, New Hampshire. Second generation driver, son of the late Jim Boniface. This is Kyle Boniface. Kyle racing out of Winchester, New Hampshire in the 88, the Trader John's Guns machine. Running the number his dad ran for a number of years in modified racing. Still getting used to it after a pretty good career in pure stocks. So it's a big jump for him, and his first lap is a 14.3 even. Kyle Boniface on his second lap. Whoa, a little bit high in turn 4. He'll have to work on that. And it's a 14.368. Breaking down a little bit too, so the motor needs some work as well. He'll roll himself down, and here comes your next one.
In the 60, been Nastrom short track modifying asphalt driver for the last couple of years. Former Pro 4 driver. This is the 60 of Andy Major. Major really looking to put the wick into the fuel of the 60. Looks very fast down the back stretch. Can he pedal it out of turn number 4, get down low, hits the stripe. A 13.800 even. Makes him third fastest so far. Really picking up the pace as he comes out to take his second lap. He'll come out of turn number 4. And it's a 13.431, ringing the pole bell.
Second run for Andy Major, who's had his troubles this year in every season. Rolling out now in the 50X from Williamsburg, Massachusetts. Former young gun, moved to modifieds in the Fisher Machines entry. This is Kevin Pitzinger. Kevin Pitzinger on the track in the 50X. That's the Fisher's Garage entry. What's he going to get for his first lap? Off a turn 4 and a 13.682. Little bobble of coming off a 2. Can he pick it up here coming off a 3 and 4? 13.435 puts him in second fastest time. Pretty good. Theoretically, everybody should bump it up a little bit more. Next.
Coming up next, we have Joe Belanger, who got a big win here at Monadnock earlier this summer out of Washington, New Hampshire. Joel Belanger, lap number 1 for the number 25. See if he can crack the top 5 here with his first lap. 13.584, and he can. He's now set in third as the third fastest. 13.5 is a good lap here at Monadnock. 13.3 that time by, and that will bring him right to the top. So Joel Belanger, Washington, New Hampshire, came to play today.
All right, here he comes. We've seen this kid as a young gun. The Goldilocks special for sure. Putting the heat in the tires. It's the RideMore.com 73 for Cole Littlewood. Littlewood started his career here with us, has advanced all the way to the banks of the high banks here of Monadnock Speedway in the Top Gun, and rocks the pole with a 13.315. See if he's got any more. He gets the brake locked on the left front with a 13.241. Wow.
Yeah, super fast there. Cole Littlewood, who will join us a little bit later on for the spectator race. Randy, what car do you bring to drive for the spectator race?
If I drive one out there, my insurance company's not going to love me for sure.
Well, right now, let's do some loving for the guy on the track. This car doesn't appear many times. He says he likes 100 lappers, and the rest of it he'll just sit out. This is Joey Kendall in the Raymond's Repair. Lawrence Signs 62 out of Winchendon, Mass. Joey Kendall carrying the colors of the Raymond's Repair. Joey's had good runs every time he's been here. Let's hold it. Holds up. Lap number 1 for Kendall, 13.812.
You talk about heroes, Dave. My hero, Roger Raymond, rocked that number here for many years.
All right, here we go. Lap number 2. Let's see what he can do with this checkered flag to the line. 13.502. It does put him in the top 5 for the moment. But there are at least a half a field to follow him. So we'll have to see what Joey Kendall, whether that 73 for Littlewood will hold up or not, because here comes Scott.
Here comes Scott. He's a rookie in this division this year here at Monadnock, which is just crazy to think. Scott Zielinski out of Irving, Massachusetts. Mr. HVAC himself takes lap number 1 here at Monadnock. Been driving different cars this season, putting in different motors, trying to find something that works. Lap number 1 is a fast lap right to the top. Scott Zielinski in lap number 1, 13.238. We'll see how number 2 fares for Mr. Zielinski. And even faster. I'm thinking that Zielinski team is doing something right, Randy.
Boy, buddy, he buried it into turns 3 and 4 and took the pole bell for sure. What a great run for Scott Zielinski.
Fast times are under 13. If you can get into the 2:12.8 range, you're really getting around the racetrack. Let's see what these guys can do now. On the track, it's Joey Jarvis. Out of Ascutney, Vermont, Joey Jarvis in a car that will be driven at Colton Martin next year. Jarvis on the clock. The quest for the cup, an important race for him. Across the stripe, 13.497. Jarvis currently 3rd in points in the quest for the cup. Can he pick up a little bit more? Rolling off turn 4, a little bit wide coming out. Across the stripe, 13.436. 2 pretty consistent laps, but it won't get him into the top 5.
All right, today in the 5D, pedaling the Louis Rivera sponsored ride will be Diamond Dallas Trombley. Trombley, a late model runner, looking to see if he can seize himself a pole in a modified. Drops it in, works his way out of turn number 4, gets a little hiccup in his giddy up. Got a 14.101. 14.101. Here he comes, lap number 2, through the middle of turn number 4. Drops it down to a 13.642.
Here's the number 99, crowd favorite, Kim Rivette, here at Monadnock Speedway out of Antrim, New Hampshire. Kim Rivette in the number 99, lap number 1 for Kimmy, who has had a wild season here at Monadnock. Again, another team that has just really put in a ton of extra effort to make sure that they are able to be here and compete each week. Lap number 1 for the 99 is a 13.649. Definitely looking for something faster for Kim Rivette. Kim Rivette. Lap number 2 coming in at 13.537. And the Perry Dental 99 modified for Kimmy Rivette.
Next up, he's worked his way up the podium as the season's gone on. Couple of thirds and a second out of Fitzwilliam, New Hampshire. Another graduate from the Young Guns many years ago winds it up now and takes it down into the corner. This is J.T. Cloutier. Says the car's really fast now. Gets a good wide shot off of turn 2. Keeps it low coming down off of turn 4. White flag out. First lap, 13.604. Next up, can he crack the top? He's got to roll it down to 13 seconds. He's got a 13.320. 13.320 does get him up to the third fastest so far with 4 more to go.
Here we go, out of Troy, New Hampshire, in the 83. This is the other Wenzel Farm Team car, the Bell Septic sponsor for TJ Blow. Blow looking to put that 83 to the pole. He'll do everything in his power right now. He's got a lot of laps, gets down low, exits turn 4 with a 13.352, 5th fastest so far. Here he goes. He's looking even more like he's got the grip. Here he goes. Comes into 4 with a 13.037 second spot.
TJ with an excellent lap there in the second spot. Right now with just a handful of more cars to go. Coming up out of the pits, he's battling for the championship, the young Nate Wenzel. Not only is he battling for the championship here at Monadnock, but he is 8 points ahead in the NHSTRA quest for the Cup. So Nate Wenzel in the 03. The Valley Recycling 03, a 13.414. Nate's looking for something quicker than that, obviously. Nate with a handful of wins and some excellent finishes here at Monadnock this season. That one's quicker. That's 4th fastest for the afternoon for qualifying. Nate Wenzel with a 13.305 for the 03.
Next up, the other driver that's looking for a piece of the championship here this afternoon on the Monadnock High Banks. Rolling out of Whately, Massachusetts, in the Sawarski Farms machine, the 11X. This is Tyler Leary. He's had a couple of wins, most recently last week. First lap, 13.5 even. The Hatfield, Massachusetts driver rolls through the restart zone, takes a checkered flag, slides it off 4, clicks off a 13.216. 13.216 moves him into third fastest behind Trevor Blow and Scott Zielinski. Here's your last try.
Here it is, the other Ride More sponsored hot rod out of Merrimack, New Hampshire. This is the 0-2 of Jeff Rollins. Rollins, always a great shoe no matter what he's behind the wheel of. Here he comes, looking to take lap number 1 time. Whoa, all kinds of sideways with a 13.534. See if he can better that. Here we go, drops the hammer, here we are. With a 13.223, makes him 4th fastest. So your lineup right now as far as qualifying is Zielinski's on the top, the 83 of Blow, the 11 of Leary, the 02 of Rollins, and the 73 of Cole Littlewood. But the mystery is going to happen during the invert, which will take place after the big wheel race.
So that brings us back to qualifying for the last of our championship night divisions, the 6 shooters. A relatively new division as things go between when we had 2 divisions back at the start of racing here at Monadnock 53 seasons ago, when we had Class A and Class B and Volkswagens, which ran down the road at the old Rattlesnake Mountain Speedway. Now it's Winchester Speed Park motorcycle track, but it was a little dirt track on the left side of the road going out of town here. And we had A's and B's. The A's had a quick change rear end, and the B's had a locker. That was the only difference. Guys moved back and forth, and this was a dirt track. I say that because the next year we tried to pave a little bit of it to keep the dirt down, so it was half asphalt. And then we moved on to 1973 when it got a complete rebuild, and it has not been touched except to add paving in the infield and 1 more lane on the backstretch. It has been this asphalt surface, and that'll go away right after the season ends here. Right now we have qualifying for our 6-shooter division, and this is how they line it up. In the 7Z, I don't know how they keep getting it 78 on my list, but it says 7Z on his car. Zach Zielinski out of Gill, Mass. Next to him in the 52NH, that's Mike Comtois from Pelham, New Hampshire. Comes across the state, races represent the guys on the east coast of the state. Starting third, it'll be Steve Miller Sr. from Grantham, New Hampshire in the 68. And right behind him, Steve Miller Jr. in the 79, again from Grantham. Our point leader right now, hoping to take the championship home when the night is over, in the 25NH from Pelham, New Hampshire, Michael Yetton. In the 51, joining us from Whately, Massachusetts, at Garrett Berry. Starting in the 17X, their second time here, all the way from Sanford, Maine, this is Tristan Bodwell. Tristan Bodwell in the 17X. And in the 8, his 3rd race. First 2 at Claremont. This one from Bethel, Vermont. This is Ryan Upham. Ryan Upham from Bethel, Vermont. That's your field. They're going to qualify for tonight's 25-lap season-ending race. It'll be the last race of the night as well. And here they come. Under the green, up front quickly, Zach Zielinski, who has been into victory lane in this division, by the way. Zach picked up the win the last time they raced here 2 weeks ago. Zielinski, the 52 of Comtois, and the 68 of Miller moving up. Both Millers trying to move up. Point leader Yetton sitting in 5th place right now. 8-lap qualifier again for the 6 shooters. The 8 from Upham. As I say, he'd never raced anything until he got into 6 shooters. All right, we're working up toward the halfway mark now. Trying to work up to the halfway mark anyway. Hang on. Halfway through this one. Halfway now. Challenge between the Millers for third place as Steve Miller Jr. goes by Dad down the backstretch, set his sights on Mike Comtois. Dad's fighting back on the inside. It's still Zach Zielinski, Mike Comtois, Steve Miller Jr., Sr., and Mike Yetton. Then it's the 51. For Barry, Bodwell in the 17, and up and way in the back there. 6 down, 2 to go. Zach Zielinski hoping to repeat as a 6-shooter victor when the feature comes up. That'll be the last race of the night. Look out, here we go. Miller in a sandwich. Comtois, whoa! Got a little bumping and thumping there as they came off turn 4, 3 wide with a lap to go. Now, Steve Miller Jr. running second, Sr. running third, Comtois fourth, still fifth is Yetton. Then Barry and Bodwell. Little tire smoke coming off as they slide off of turn 4 for the checkered flag. Zach Zielinski picks up the victory in this qualifier. Steve Miller Jr. in the 79, Steve Miller Sr. in the 68. Mike Comtois wraps it up. And that takes care of qualifying for the young guns. Check that for the 6 shooters, only one of whom had been a young gun, as a matter of fact. The stairs are down. The big wheel race is about to begin. Got our youngsters down there, 3 age groups. And no joking, folks, one of these kids will probably be a young gun in about 5 to 7 years. It happens every year. 2nd, 3rd, 4th generations of future drivers, having probably watched every generation of driver since 1971. I can tell you that there's probably one out here that will be a new driver on this racetrack long after I'm in an urn somewhere. So you never know. Well, Ezo's down. These are not modified, by the way. This is kind of like IROC for big wheels. We use our own. Kids can bring their own if they want. We don't do any kind of modifying. We don't do any kind of tech after it's over. They just go out and have a good time. And as soon as they all get down there and get assembled, we'll send things down to Kevin Bazan, who's busy right now helping the kids get themselves lined up. Just a reminder, this is the final race of this season, but there is racing coming up over the next several weeks. Claremont has their championship night on Friday the 22nd, and there will be a subsequent race at Claremont on the second full weekend of, actually third weekend of October. And we'll be going over to Lee for their season ender, which will be also the ender for the Quest for the Cup for the Nestor Modified. So there's still plenty of racing on both the east and west coast of New Hampshire, among those tracks that are part of the New Hampshire Short Track Racing Association. So make your plans, enjoy the foliage, get out there and drive around and have a good time. That's what it's all about. And now with pretty much everybody in place, let's send things down trackside and get some introduction. Here's Kevin and Randy on the track for the Big Wheels race.
Okay, so our big wheel race, we have 3 divisions, Randy. Remember, the age group is 4 to 9. So we have 3 age groups. We have 4 and 5-year-olds. We have 6 and 7-year-olds, and then we have 8 and 9-year-olds. We supply the big wheels, and we have lots of excited kids to do our big wheels race here this afternoon.
No, I'm not challenging you to a big wheel race. This would not be good.
We have kids coming out of the pits. They're coming from all over the place.
Yep, you will not see Kevin and I doing this. Too many broken bones would be good. Louis says it'd be a great idea. All right, so we're going to come down here. We'll be meeting our winners shortly. Kevin's going to get everybody introduced and ready to go. They'll come down and meet Chris Horton, our official flagman here at the Monadnock Speedway. He'll wave the checkered over another victory in the Big Wheels race.
We got our drivers meeting happening right now, Randy. The drivers meeting. Hold on one second. So we're grouping up our drivers right now. 4- and 5-year-olds are meeting behind the big wheels. Some drivers have already chosen which ones they want. They're all relatively the same. Engine specs, transmissions, pretty much all the same models, Randy. I'm not sure if there's any real advantage.
Transmissions and horsepower come from those legs, Kevin. I don't know. I mean, we'll see what the drive is off the corner.
Looks like we have 9 drivers, Randy. 9 drivers.
A good full field, Kevin, waiting to meet him.
We'll have driver introductions in 1 second. 9 competing in the race. First, second, and third get awards here this afternoon. All right, starting on the inside. Can I get your first name, please?
Devin.
Devin? Davin is on the inside. Hello there. What's your name?
Chase.
Chase is our second one in.
Tyler.
Tyler. What's your name?
Noah.
Noah's here. And we have a cool one with some shades here.
Harlow.
And we also have in the camouflage,
Penelope.
Penelope. And can I get your name, ma'am?
Noel.
Noel is here. And yes, sir, you're on the outside.
Andrew.
Andrew's on the outside. We got 9 drivers here at Monadnock Speedway in our 4- to 5-year-old big wheel class. We will give the drivers a 3, 2, 1, and then go.
It's all you.
As soon as we get the official word. We're looking down at the flag man. Yeah. So some final instructions for the drivers here. Drivers, you're looking at the flag man down there. He's going to wave the green flag when we say go, okay? It's going to be a 3, 2, 1, go. Drivers, are you ready? All drivers are ready in our first race this afternoon. Everybody else, remember, count down with me. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. Here comes your big.
All right, Dandy, it's all yours over there.
Oh, wow. Look at this. Here we go. On the inside. No, through the middle it's going to be. Oh, here comes Andrew looking to pick up the pace. Will he take the victory? Andrew's got it. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Big Wheel Racers. What an awesome job. Let's see if we can get a victory interview here. Hey, Andrew. What a deal. What was that? You won. You won, buddy. Great job. Andrew gets the Big Wheels top trophy here for the youngest division. We're going to re-rack these and go back up. Get our next division ready to go.
All right, race 1 of 3 in the books as all the machines get pulled back. We got them all right. So 6- and 7-year-olds will be up next. 6- and 7-year-olds, and Randy, you know, after that first race, I saw a lot of our 6- and 7-year-old drivers taking notes, making notes. A lot of the 3- and 4-year-olds spun their wheels at the green flag. So they're going to make sure that they don't do that. Already, drivers are taking their machines, picking their machines, and getting ready to race here at Monadnock. This is our 6- and 7-year-olds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 7 competitors. 7 competitors. We're going to line them up, make sure that they're right here on the line, and we'll do driver introductions. On the inside, can I get your first name, please?
Finley.
Finley is here. Second in.
Perry.
And third in.
Rain.
And fourth in.
Blaze.
What's your name?
Kaylee.
Kaylee is here. What's your name?
Adrian.
Adrian is here. And over here on the top side.
Benjamin.
And Benjamin is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We just need one volunteer back here. If we could get one volunteer, come over. Oh, okay, all right. I think we're going to be all set then. And just like it was for the 4 and 5-year-olds, it's a 3, 2, 1, go, and you go when you see the green flag fly. Okay, competitors? Are our competitors ready? Yes. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go! And already we have a big wheel turned. There's a collision. And both drivers are able to go. Some are still spinning their wheels. There they go. And we got a winner. Randy, who do you have over there?
Oh, buddy, we've got a challenge for third. Here it comes. Oh, no, we've stalled on the front stretch. And it's a mare for the win. What's your name, young man?
Benjamin.
Benjamin, you're victorious. You even had your own ride.
Perfect.
Have you been running this for a long time?
Nah.
No? This is your first one? Congratulations, buddy. You're the victor today. All right, good job. We'll get the big wheel racers clear. Folks, give them a great round of applause. These are your next young guns for sure.
Hey, while we have a break, don't forget we have special discounts on food, the beer
Not an
garden,
option.
and souvenir items, and of course our specialties up at Turn 1 concession.
Okay, Randy, one more division to go. And these are our more experienced drivers, our senior class when it comes to big wheel racers here at Monadnock Speedway, our 8 and 9-year-olds, a select group. They've been studying the rule book. They've been taking notes, figuring out how to be the fastest in our big wheel class.
Yeah, they've had 2 circuits already go in front of them, Kevin, and we'll see if they've learned from what the challenges have been. These are your advanced big wheels competitors.
All by myself.
All right, sounds good.
John, is there ones that are going all the way far back?
I got 4.
You got one?
I guess they're in the outside.
Okay.
Well, that's the inside, Gina.
Just 3?
Just 3?
Okay, Randy, we've got 3 competitors in our senior class here for big wheel racing at Monadnock. Ready to race. Could I get your first name, please?
Vera.
And our second driver.
Cheyenne.
Cheyenne is here. And
Kyla.
Kyla. This is an all-female class, ladies and gentlemen. Our 3 top drivers, just like our other 2 classes. It's going to be a 3, 2, 1. Green flag will fly, and then you go, okay? Is everybody ready? All of our drivers ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
Monadnock Speedway, clap these folks all the way to victory lane.
Oh,
Let's
it's
go.
close,
Let's
Randy.
hear
It's
it.
close.
Encourage them on. Let's go. Oh, we got a volunteer with a push drive.
Keep going. Everyone keep going. Everybody keep going.
You did it. Congratulations. Everybody helped. It's a team effort. No, it's a cue. Oh. Gonna restack and put them all back in the right spot.
All right, let's go try it.
Track manager Michelle Cloutier says, not a good start. She's in race control.
Oh, wow. All right, we're going to do it all over again.
Gonna pull the ripcord and put it
Okay.
back into shape.
All right. Our 3 drivers going back to the starting line. Track management making the decision. We're going to race again. Our top 3.
Okay, let's get these out of the way. Now, we just push them off. We can't push them all the way down the track. They got to use their legs.
I'm ready. I'm taking these out of the way.
Sounds like we're getting some clarification during instruction, Kevin. Michelle says it's got to be right.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. Hold on. We got to line up right at the line, just like we did before. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, go! All right.
Oh, here we go. We may have a different winner this time, Kevin. I don't know. Here it goes. A lot of slipping and sliding, a little hard digging. Here she comes, coming into victory lane. They're going to get the checkered flag. There he is. There, she's done it. Wow, what a run. So much different. What's your name?
Kyla.
Kyla, what a great job. What a great dig and a great time here at the big wheel race for our advanced.
Big wheel division here at Monadnock Speedway. Then they go to the young guns, Randy. They'll be racing modifieds before you know it.
They sure will. Well, late models or something, whether it's full fenders or not. We've got much more in store. Give it up for these folks for helping us out here on Championship Afternoon.
As we gather up the competition vehicles for another season, they'll be back. We'll remind you what we started to, that there's special discounts on our souvenirs, the food and beer garden, some selected items, and if you want something a little different, don't forget Lenny's Specialties in the Turn 1 concession. Pretty good stuff there. Last chance for the year to have souvenirs. Stop by the souvenir booth and get those things you need for fall gifts, Christmas presents, gift presents for people that are going to go visit during foliage season. All of that coming up. Then we'll move on to our national anthem and start right into our championship round. And that'll kick off with the young guns. No champion there because they don't run for points, but they want to have bragging rights. Then Mini Stocks Pures will take a break for spectator races. Then we'll move on to the Nestra late models, the Nestra Modifieds, Quest for the Cup number 3, and finish the night off with the championship event for the 6-shooters. And then you can go on home and get to bed early tonight and get up and have a great day tomorrow because the weather's going to be even better than it is today in spite of what we saw for weather. It's not going to be all that bad. A reminder again that the folks across the backstretch on those billboards are here to help support the racing efforts here at Monadnock Speedway, and you just as easily could be one of those people. Now, let's go trackside. We have the invert. Kevin?
Hey, Dave, we got to do the invert for the modified race, and we were looking for a young fan to pick out of the bucket for us. One of the chips. Oh, he's a little bashful. He's a little bashful. We're asking him to reach into the bucket and see if he can invert the field here for the modified, the big 100-lap feature that's coming up later on this afternoon. Number 5, Dave. It's going to be number 5. Thank you so much to those who have helped us out here.
All right, number 5 gets sent to handicapping. They'll set the starting lineup for tonight's 100-lap Quest for the Cup modified event. That will be next to the last here on the evenings, by that time, probably evenings program. As we said, Young Guns Mini Stocks Pure, spectator races. Those who have signed up for the spectator races will tell you now, you probably want to be stage at the pit gate by the time the Pure Stocks feature rolls onto the track, so you'll be the next ones out. Just so you know, make sure you get your cars numbered and we get your names, and we'll be ready to go. But right now, as we work our way through our championship night, would you all please stand, ladies and gentlemen? Gentlemen, remove your caps and take a moment to honor America, the people who serve it, and the people who help make it run. With the singing of our national anthem, we bring back Aaliyah Tacey for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Aaliyah Tacey, everyone. Not out of action singing, out of action racing this week. Car kind of had a little problem, but she'll be back next season. Don't you worry about that. All right. We'll be set to go here with our first round of qualifying in just a second, as soon as everybody's in place. Coming up first, as we said, will be the Young Guns. On tap for that one. Having caught his breath from the climb from the track, here's Randy.
Thank you, Dave. Dave, it's been an amazing 2023 working side by side with you and Kevin. The Young Guns is the fondest field for me. There are stars of tomorrow, and I can't wait to see who's going to be victorious here at the High Banks today. Championship week, championship Saturday. We've got a champions to crown in all our divisions. Got a spectator race still to go. Hopefully you got everybody that wants to get signed up for that so we can have that challenge.
Yeah, that one comes up a little bit later on this afternoon, Randy. Spectator race comes up after the Pure Stocks. We've seen a couple of very interesting spectator races here in the past.
We sure have.
So it's not too late, you know, if you got your hot rod at home and you want to do some bragging, not too late to go home and get it. Bring it on over here. It's a couple of features from now. We'll do our spectator race.
And I don't think you want to tell your insurance company if you have an accident here at Diamond Banks
no,
where it
no.
occurred. Don't give them the address.
No.
And no one here has a camera that's going to show it.
Of course not. No. But we've had a lot of fun with the spectator race here, just like we do with the big wheel race and our final race of the year when we crown our champions here at Monadnock Speedway. And as you and Dave has mentioned earlier this afternoon, we've got some battles happening. We have some drivers in divisions that have been way out in front so far this season. We'll see how they place later on this afternoon. And here it is, my favorite division, the Young Guns here at Monadnock.
We've done a lot of highlighting them. Kevin and I are part of a trio that does the checkered flag report from 95.3 Bear Country out of Greenfield. Been proud to work with him and Chip Cormie for years. And you're right, Kevin did a special segment on these young guns and he interviewed most all of them. It was amazing to hear what was taking place. All right, here we go. Young guns, starting on a pole, it's the Brooks Automotive, Monette Property Solutions, Berterney's Auto, 29 for Showtime, Addison Brooks. Next, out of Jaffrey, New Hampshire, looking to get victory number 2. He's got 1 in the books so far this season. He is the 57 of Marcus O'Neill. Driving the City Chevrolet, Zielinski, Zachary Z's property. It's got all kinds of a Northfield Creamy. Give it up for the big dog. That is Owen Zielinski. Next, starter on the grid in the 16. That is Hunter Duquette. In the 25, out of Richmond, New Hampshire, that is Kaylin Hubbard. And a little difference in a car. Interesting to see. Maybe it's a new ride. Out of the Hubbard Racing Stable, that is Cambry Hubbard in the 14. She was out earlier in a white one. Now she's in a black one. She's trying to fool me. That's what it is. Oh, reports from the pit area. The transmission expired on the other 14. They will do a single file start. Brooks is going to lead O'Neill, Zielinski, Duquette, Hubbard and Hubbard. Showing it to Showtime. Green will get ready. Setting the pace is Addison Brooks in the 29 Mass. The 57 of O'Neill. The 8Z is Zielinski, Duquette in the 16, Hubbard in the 25, Hubbard in the 14. They're going to hit the Serve Pro start zone. Green is going to fly, 15's the distance. We saw this in their heat. Brooks was able to hold him off. Right now, hard charging on the outside is Marcus O'Neill. They'll dive into turns 3 and 4, side by side, wheel to wheel. Crossing the stripe, it's O'Neill with the top spot. Marcus O'Neill. And now here comes the big dog. Owen Zielinski to the outside. Going to work their way out of turn number 4. Zielinski looking for the second spot so he can chase O'Neill down. On the back stretch, Zielinski with the advantage. Oh, the 25 of Kaylin Hubbard slides through the infield. Trying to check the drainage mark. That's not going to work. She able to get it under control, but it back under its own power. Nope, it's going to stall on the apron, it looks like, for her. O'Neill in the 57. Owen Zielinski in the 8Z, followed by the 29 Mass of Addison Brooks, Hunter Duquette, the 14 of Cambry Hubbard. Now going to be challenged for the lead. Here comes Zielinski to the back bumper of the 57 of O'Neill. Want to take an opportunity as the battle ensues in the top spot to thank all those folks sitting home on Nastrovision. If you can't be here, it is your best way to see some of the greatest short track racing that the Northeast has to offer. O'Neill slides into turn number 3, giving Zielinski the grip he needs. Zielinski closing the gap. The big dog looking to pounce on the 57. Going to work the outside, sling him underneath. He knows the last time O'Neill got loose coming out of 4. Going to catch lap traffic. Can Cambry Hubbard shortly. 8 down. O'Neill keeps sliding that car. Zielinski going to take the advantage. No, he's able to shut the door. O'Neill is. Right to him is the 8Z. Coming up on the 14 of Hubbard. We've seen lap traffic play into effect multiple times. Hubbard takes it to the inside. Coming through the middle is O'Neill. And then the 8Z of Owen Zielinski. Now Zielinski looks to the inside. There's contact. O'Neill able to save it. O'Neill caught it as they made contact in turn number 4 during the last lap. Down the backstretch. O'Neill and Zielinski. Brooks making her way around lap traffic of the 14 of Hubbard. Gonna have 3 to go.
Two laps left as they come across the stripe. Coming up on the Duquette machine, it's still Marcus O'Neill looking for his second win. Owen Zielinski trying to go for his 4th win of the season. Make that 5 wins if he gets it. Here's the slower car of Duquette. They get moved over. 1 lap left. It's down to 2 of them. It's Marcus O'Neill in the 57, 8Z, Owen Zielinski. Can the big dog take a bite? Or will Marcus hold on for the win? He did a good job side by side with him before they come down to the stripe. Checker flags out. Bumper to bumper off the corner. It's Marcus O'Neill for his 2nd win. Owen Zielinski's 2nd. Addison Brooks will get the 3rd spot on the podium as the rest of the field crosses the stripe. And they finish off the championship season with O'Neill getting his 2nd win of the year.
Some nice racing there for Marcus O'Neill and also the big dog, Mr. Zielinski. Professional racing happening, and you know this is what it's all about for this young gun division. This young gun division, it's all about getting the seat time and getting the experience here on the track, getting used to those race situations. Those race situations when you're coming into 3 and 4 and someone's right there on your bumper, how to react, maybe there's caution. And young Marcus O'Neill handled that very, very well. Heading on down to trackside now, and Randy will be interviewing our top 3 for Young Guns this afternoon here at Monadnock.
Here he comes, folks. Marcus O'Neill into victory lane on championship afternoon here at the Monadnock Speedway. Marcus, win number 2. If you look at the side of the 57, he's definitely done some rubbing with some folks. He knows how to get around here at the high banks. It is victorious today. Working on getting safety equipment off. Here he comes, folks. Let him hear ya. Marcus O'Neill. Ah, buddy. Pop the rest of that Hans device and your safety equipment off. Come on over this way. Let's talk to your fans, pal. We'll do a little wind control. Well, buddy, that's got to feel awesome. You worked it. The big dog was right there. He was charging for all he was worth. But that's got to feel pretty good. Victory number 2.
Feels good for the 2nd one in the last race in Monadnock for this season. And it's going to be weird not seeing this track with this old surface anymore. I just got to thank John from Phil's Tree Service, Aunt Lynn, Peter, friggin' Tony. Everybody has just worked a friggin' second on this car.
Done such a great job. Marcus O'Neill, victory number 2 here at the High Banks. Well, here he comes. This cat's no stranger to victory lane. Owen Zielinski, a class act. You got in the back of him, you backed off, you let him catch it. That is proven just how much of a gentleman racer you are. This has got to feel good.
It feels really good, and I would like to thank my sponsors, Fine Line Homes, Northfield Creamy, Lawrence Science Screen Printing, Kidder & Co., Pioneer Valley Indoor Go-Karting, Zelinsky Heating and Cooling, Clark's Auto, Neely Zelinsky Electrician, Zachary Z's Yardworks, Flag Farm, Sunrise Valley Farm, Miss M's Photography, and my crew, my mom, my dad, my grandpa, my brother, Bob, Diane, Auntie Laura, and Uncle Bob, Glenn, Kathy, Uncle Scott, and my fans. And I got one more list.
Very well prepared, young man.
I just want to thank my fans for coming out, support me. This year, this is my last race in the Young Guns. I will be moving up to the Pure Stocks next year in the 6-shooters. When I turn 14, thank you again. I would like to thank all my sponsors.
What a class act. He's moving up. And I'll tell you what, you'll see it in Victory Lane. Owen Zelinsky. Good job, partner. Well, showtime. You made it. Started on the pole. Car looked like it faded off a little bit. Things happen, but you're here on the podium, and that's what matters.
Yeah, it really sucks. Kind of wanted to win this season, but it's all right. I'd like to thank all my sponsors, Manette Property Solutions, Brooks Automotive, Subway, Gardner and Leominster Furniture Outlet, Paterni's Auto Repair, Dave's Repair, Patriot Designs, Razor's Edge Barbershop, Bove Insurance, Starzinski Excavating, and Amanda Melanson from Edward Jones and Gardner. I'd also like to thank Dad, Bob, Jared, Cole, and everybody that helps on the car. It's definitely been a heck of a season. Next year, hopefully, we'll get a new car, maybe. Hopefully...
Hint, hint, Dad.
Hopefully it will be better. I think we'll be doing a lot better next year. Just fast cars. It's really all it is. So, all right, yeah.
You're a star, my dear, in our book. Great job, Addison Brooks.
All right, one victory lane down here on championship day. Next up, it's time to move on to the mini stock division. Coming into tonight's race, Louis Maher of Baldwinville has a 24-point lead over Cameron Sontag and a 26-point lead over Kevin Clayton. His strategy, he said, coming into the race will be to not get in trouble but stay near the front. The battle is going to be between Sontag and Clayton for second and third. Coming into fourth is Robert Williams. He's listed as a starter, but we don't know since his car went up in a cloud of smoke during qualifying. Don't know what kind of smoke it was, but it might be something fixable. We'll find out when they roll off onto the grid. And sitting in fifth place right now in the mini stock division is Chris Sontag in car 12. So they will share it. The next spot is sixth place Patrick Houle, and he is a cool 40 points back of sixth place. So the battle will be among the drivers near on the top of the heap here in the mini stock division. As soon as everybody has cleared the track and cars moved in, we'll be able to roll the next division out. Don't forget, 50-50 still going. Nicole's got them. Raise your hand. Your odds get better. Much better if you buy a ticket. They're really bad if you don't buy one. And remember to wish her a happy birthday. I don't think we made you all sing. We should have. Victory Lane has been pretty quiet this year. Gordon Farnham won the opening weekend and then parked the car. Louis Maher had a couple of wins, then Bob Williams had a couple of wins, then Louis had another couple of wins, and then Cameron Sontag has won the last two times out with a pretty stout machine and been on the podium most of that time. So we'll see how things shake out here this afternoon. Will we see a new victor like Kevin Clayton? Who knows? It will be a matter of as soon as this mini stock event is over, if you're in the spectator race, you need to be lined up at the pit gate as soon as the minis feature is over. So when we go down to Victory Lane, you get in your cars and get them up there. All right, here's your lineup for the start of today's Mini Stock Championship Final. On the pole in the 57 from Vernon, Vermont, that's Pat Houle in the Demco Auto Body machine. Behind him and next to him in the 671 from Claremont, New Hampshire, that's Kyle Templeton in the Nissan of Lebanon entry. Starting third, your point leader, Louis Maha from Baldwinville, Massachusetts. Louis hoping for a championship here when he rolls up into the podium finish tonight. Next on the grid will be the 4 starter. That is Kevin Clayton in the 48. Kevin Clayton out of Winchendon, Massachusetts in the hometown Irving entry. Starting 5th on the grid in the 13. Get those numbers right. Sontag, that's Cameron from Sterling, Mass. in the Sontag Well and Pump entry. He's got a pair of wins. He's had the last 2 wins so far. He starts 5th. Starting 6th, she's been on the podium looking for her first Monadnock win this year. Erin Aiken from Claremont, New Hampshire in the Aikens Motors entry. Starting 7th in car 14 from Unity, New Hampshire. That'll be driven by Nolan McClay, the Fireside Beverage entry. Next on the grid in the 8th starting spot in car 46 NH, trying to finish the season the way he started it, Gordon Farnham, our defending mini stock champion in car 46 out of Fitzwilliam, New Hampshire. Next on the grid, 9th starter in car 71. That'll be Skeeter Bierce from Milford, New Hampshire, the Kemp Service Station entry. Next to him, Chris Sontag in the 12 from Sterling, Mass., the other Sterling Well and Pump entry. 11th starter, Robert Williams. Did he make it out? Do I see a 41? No, he is a scratch. That moves David Pratt up in car 35. Pratt racing here from Cambridgeport, Vermont. They'll get the double up sign now. Dylan Quinn goes next in the 44 from Manchester, New Hampshire, in one of his infrequent visits here in the Rush remodeling machine. Next on the grid, Jake Polchalski from Sunderland, Mass., car 29. Sunderland driving the Tom's Hot Dogs machine. Keith Johnson, former late model and act driver, taking a little fun out of it from Winchendon, Mass. in the 12K. Next on the grid will be Des Skillings in car 90 from Antrim, New Hampshire. Here we go. Green is out. They roll it down into turn 1. On the outside, Templeton. On the inside, it's Patrick Houle. Maha runs the 48 up. Trouble in turn 2. We've already got 2 cars collected and 1 car spinning, and we have a caution before we get anywhere. Ramp it back. Everybody got a little bit excited going into turn 1. It's just a 25-lap race. The last entry on the field, by the way, was the 57X of Dick Houle. That's Pat Houle's brother. Dick now from Sebring, Florida. And so we collect Des Skillings, and it looks like David Pratt over there.
There was contact before they got to the start-finish line, Dave. Cameron Sontag in the 13 gave Louis Mayer a big push coming out of turn number 4, right at the green flag. So right away, as this happens from time to time, right when the green flag flies, there's all sorts of caution. They try to get through 1 and 2, and when you get a bigger field like this, when you have your 17, 18 cars, you end up getting a caution right away. And we have 2 up in the corner right now. Mr. Skillings, as they take a look at both of those mini stocks.
As though it might be a welded together situation. They have to get one up in the air so the other one can get free.
Attached once again.
Let's see what happens with the replay here. They go down into turn 1. The 35 is low. The 90 is up. The 35 taps the 90. And then the 35 tries to go high. The 90 slides up and gets the left front ripped up. So for those of you who are watching on Nestrovision, you know what happened. Skillings is able to drive away. Now the question is there damage, or is he going to have issues with the left rear tire? In which case he gets a chance to go in the pits and get that fixed, although he'll have to start scratch on the field. And the Hood pins we referenced in the qualifying event for the 35 all came off this time. I think they were removed to get him hooked up. And they'll tow that one out. Dez pulls away on the 90, drops it down to the infield, and points it toward the racetrack. So that left rear is fine. There's a lot of sheet metal damage there.
Oh, yes, there is, yes. There was a lot of contact right there. That is definitely evident. Too bad that Bob Williams wasn't able to come out. Boy, did he provide what a big white cloud for us during the one of the qualifying heats. Bob Williams has been all about this mini stock division here at Monadnock and also at other NHSGRA tracks. He has been saying since about 4 months now, he will double the purse if he can get 20 mini stocks in one race. He is going to go right up there and provide all that extra cash. And we have been trying so hard to get 20 mini stocks to one race. I think we came close to 19 a couple of weeks ago.
Yep, 17 this time, and one of the ones that didn't make it, sadly, was Bob Williams.
Mr. Williams, yes. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening.
Well, now it looks like the Pratt machine may not have to be towed off. He's just going to be pushed off.
He's got a ways to go to get all the way to.
But there is a fair amount of sheet metal damage and maybe a little problem with the left front suspension as we look at it from here. That can happen. Everybody else is going to get settled into their starting positions.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Test.
All right, double up the field. Let's get them rolling. Once again, it'll be Patrick Cool and Kyle Templeton. Then Louis Maha and Kevin Clayton. 69 degrees, no hurricane, bright sun in the sky, at least cloudy, hazy sun. We're going to run underneath the Advanced Auto Parts scoreboard and look at the Serve Pro start zone. They are ready to start. Throw that green, here we go. Boy, did Pat Houle get off the line fast. Jumped on Templeton a little bit, and they are not going to let that one go by. Everybody hoe up there, whoa up, and we're going to restart it this time nice and even.
Yeah, these mini stock drivers really all amped up and ready to race here at Monadnock Speedway this afternoon. Having a hard time getting lap number 1 in, David.
Well, let's see if we can get it right this time. The pace truck pulls out and may not stay out. They're telling them line it up, get the pace truck off the track. We're going to line them up and let them loose the next time by.
Is he black flagging the pace truck?
Yeah, I think so. 1 lap to go. Pat Houle and Kyle Templeton are being told from pit track control, stay side by side as you work your way over into turn 3 and 4. I throw the green. Let's see if it works out this time. Sitting back a little bit is Louis Mayer. Right next side by side, Patrick Houle and Kyle Templeton. Here they come. Good start. Green is out. Templeton shoots around the outside. Charges down into turn 1. Houle goes second. Third is Louis Maha. Louis, wait, loose Louis. Fights his way back. Remember, he doesn't want to wreck it because that could cause him the championship. Here comes Kevin Clayton on the outside. Louis Mayer on the inside for third and fourth. Templeton, your leader. Moving quickly toward the front in the 46. It's Gordon Farnham. Farnham did a little tweaking after the qualifier, and he's going to be in the hunt. Up next, Clayton, sitting in 4th spot. Cameron Sontag. Patrick Houle trying to keep that car nailed down in the corner. That's been his nemesis all season. The car doesn't want to stick after a few laps. Here comes Louis Mayer. Louis looking inside, dropping down to the bottom of the racetrack. He's got to keep Sontag behind him. Mayer underneath the 57 for second spot, off of turn 2. It's Louis Mayer, Cameron Sontag, Patrick Houle, moving up Gordon Farnham, Kevin Clayton sitting in the 6th spot now. Aaron Aiken trying to work her way toward the top. Desmond Skillings has worked his way up toward the top after getting tangled up in a restart. 5 laps in, it's Templeton, Louis Mayer, Sontag. Remember, Sontag is after the championship. Louis Mayer just needs to stay a couple of cars ahead or a couple of cars behind, and he's got it secured. He's not going to try to be the winner if he doesn't have to be. Meanwhile, Kyle Templeton could be a new winner here. Long way to go in his 25-lap event, and lap traffic ahead of him. Patrick Houle having a good race, still in 4th place. Gordon Farnham sitting in 5th. Here's a challenge now for 2nd. Cameron Sontag going into turn 1. Sontag down low. He got a little loose. Louis Mayer got out of the way. And Sontag will secure 2nd with lap traffic in front of your leader, Templeton. It's Templeton, Sontag, Maha. Then the 57, that's the black and white one for Patrick Houle. Gordon Farnham in the 46, Kevin Clayton in the 48. And here comes Desmond Skillings in the 90. Whoa, look out, Kevin Clayton loose across the speed humps. Hasn't lost a spot, but Aaron Aiken goes by, Des Skillings go by. Clayton's right back in there. Skillings gets up and out of the way. Lap traffic affecting your lead 3 or 4 cars. Dick Houle gets up out of the way for Gordon Farnham as he splits between 2 lapped cars. Dick Houle has trouble with that 57. He's going to take it out of the event, gets a black flag. I think he rubbed the wall and heads it down pit road. Templeton, Louis Mayer back in 2nd, Sontag 3rd, Houle 4th. Trouble in turn 4 as the 71 of Skeeter Bierce turns with 14 laps complete.
Wow, David, I'll tell you, Skeeter Bierce facing the wrong way on the one-way street for sure. Bierce, what a great competitor. Saw him running the pro stock a couple of weeks ago. You never know what you're going to find Skeeter in, but he'll bring caution out on lap number 13.
All right, so we'll get him reset. Bierce gets it turned around. He'll hustle up to join the back of the pack. Back there, actually, with Keith Johnson, who's just out zipping around there in one of the cars originally driven by Chris Sontag. And Keith just said, I want to do some racing. I got a car to do it in since he's running the Actor.
All right, so Kyle Templeton running to the front in that 671, doing a great job today here at the High Bags. Louis Marhar, man, was just trying to stay out of trouble. Cameron Sontag looking for victory number 3, but here comes the 57 of Pat Houle, doing a great job in that car. And the 46, multiple-time champion of Gordon Farnham. Could be anybody's race still left.
Still haven't gotten the sign to double up. Pretty much everybody is ready to go unless someone ducked into the pits we didn't see. 13 complete out of 25 laps for this final race of the day. Final race of the day, final race of the season, championship event. Do we crown Louis Maha as a champion for the 2nd time in a row? 2nd time in his career at least. Gordon Farnham still has a shot to get the win, but he won't get the championship this time. Templeton led from the green. Louis Maha on the outside. Cameron Sontag goes third. Fourth is Patrick Cool. Fifth is Gordon Farnham. Here they come into the Surf Pro start zone. Green is out. We're on our way again. This time, Louis Mayer battling with Templeton, going into turn one. Mayer up on the high side, takes the lead off turn two. Templeton keeping it line down the middle, puts himself between Maha and the 13 of Sontag, and Maha leads lap 14. Templeton second, Sontag third, fourth almost was Gordon Farnham. Patrick Cool staying in there, and Aaron Aiken moving up into the sixth spot. Your leader now, Louis Mayer. Sontag sitting back there in third spot. Patrick Cool had a car finally nailed down to the racetrack the way he likes it. He's running fourth. Here's Aaron Aiken challenging Gordon Farnham for fifth place. Aaron Aiken takes the low line off of turn two, and she'll go up as the 46 fades. Whoa, look out, his racing mate, Kevin Clayton. A little contact down there. They'll be having some conversation over beers later on today. This time Kevin slides underneath and Gordon gets slid out of the way. Nolan McClay moves up a spot. The battle now second spot, the 13 of Sontag, the 671 for Templeton, and Patrick Cool in the 57. Aaron Aiken up to fifth. Kevin Clayton way back there in sixth spot with Nolan McClay, Gordon Farnham, Des Skillings, Chris Sontag, Skeeter Burse, Keith Johnson, Dylan Quinn, and Jake Pachowski. And look at this. Patrick Cool slides into third place underneath the 671. Patrick Cool. He's not sticking well in the corners, but he's got it running. Here comes Templeton. Here's Aiken for fourth place. Aiken low off at 4. Templeton slides up. Aiken moves into fourth. We have just a few laps left in this 25-lap event. And up front, it's your leader, the 69 of Louis Mayer.
Louis Mayer looking for the championship here at Monadnock Speedway. Louis has seen a bit more contact than he was hoping in this 25-lap event, but he's out in front right now. Out in front with Cameron Sontag right behind. And then Hool in third. Aaron Aiken has been moving up the field in the 33. And they are side by side now, coming down the back stretch on lap number 23. Cameron Sontag on the inside of Louis Mayer with the white flag in the air. Cameron Sontag takes that lap. Louis Mayer sits behind. Louis Mayer doesn't want to do anything crazy right now with the championship now in his sights as he comes into turns 3 and 4. Cameron Sontag taking the checkers. Louis Mayer. Hool comes in third. Oh, Sontag into the wall on the first turn, head first. That's a big-time hit. That's a big-time hit right after the checkers for Sontag. Right into the tires. Field will stop right now. Red flag is out. Field has to stop. Obviously, we'll take a look at the replay, but first, all thoughts are with the number 13, Cameron Sontag. So it looks as though he's out of his window right now. He's sitting on his door, thankfully. One of the scariest things that you can see right here at Monadnock when a car flies up into that first corner into the tires like that. I mean, he went straight into the tires too. A lot of braking. I saw the brake smoke come out from behind that 13, and a chance to turn right at the last second, but he couldn't do it. He hit the tires head on. Oh, scary stuff, and I'm just glad to see him sitting on the driver door. He needs a minute, and we'll definitely give him a minute before we continue here.
Reaction from all the folks in the pits, definitely a good sign that Cameron's in good shape. What a great young man, a great race team. Him, his brother, and his dad, they are it. And they do such a great job. They have some help from Charlie Densmore and some others, but also have some crew chiefing going on from Chris McTaggart. There's a name that you probably remember from here at the High Banks for many seasons. Ran a mini stock, was crew chief for a lot of folks, but that's a hard hit. Thank goodness all those tires are in spot and on place for what they needed to do to make it somewhat of a cushion, Kev.
Yeah, somewhat of a cushion. I mean, yeah, it's just scary stuff when you see a car fly up there in turn number 1. So we are thankful to see Mr. Sontag, and it looks as though he's going to. Is that him in the golf cart now?
That is Cameron coming to victory lane in the golf cart, it
Oh.
looks like. Folks, stand up, put your hands together for that kind of a shot. He definitely needs to hear his fans. What a great job for Cameron Sontag.
Cameron Sontag, he's been driving all sorts of race cars here at Monadnock Speedway, modifieds, mini stocks, and not the way we wanted to see him in victory lane, but Dave will be walking up and getting some reaction from Mr. Sontag right now.
All right, down here in Victory Lane, not the way you wanted it to end for 3 in a row. What happened?
It's just literally right there, right at the start-finish line, just throttle stuck. So it sucks because the car's probably ruined now, but at least we got the win, which is cool, but ruined the car, so that's not great. But I'm all right, so that's good.
Oh, that is good. It's the first thing we thought of when you went in there, because that's a straight shot in there.
Yeah, happened to me in 2013 too, in that turn 4. So kind of similar situation, just kind of go straight in. So sucks, but at least we got the win.
You got the win, 3 in a row. It's a nice way to end the season on the positive note. Championship will move on, and here comes your champion right down here now. First of all, to congratulate for the win. All right.
I go to let off and it just down.
All right, while we have our second place finisher here, and please welcome your 2023 champion, Louis Maha.
Thank you. Feels good just to run consistent all year. I feel bad for what happened to Cam there at the end. He had a throttle hung. It's scary. I saw it. I'm like, oh boy, that ain't going to be good. I'm glad he's okay. I got to thank my wife, my son, my daughter for everything that they let me do. I got to thank Gordon. I want to thank all the fans for coming out. Josh, Norm, Jeff, Michelle, all the track crew for putting this on every week. I got to thank Two Boys Motorsports, DW Designs for all the support they had for me this year.
All right, your champion for 2023, Louis Maha. Nice run for him. Held on. He had to do it. He only lost 2 points going toward the point. And as soon as we get all the rest of these cars by here, so us old guys can hear each other. Patrick Hool. Wait a minute. One more to go. Patrick, new car this year, up and down, up and down. Tonight, man, it was hooked up.
It was a little loose, but yes, it was hooked up better than usual. That's all I got to say. I mean, congrats, Cam and Louie, you know.
Well, the good effort for you, because you got slipped back to almost a fifth. You brought it back up to third and got on the podium to finish the season. So that's got to be a win for you.
That's a good thing, yes. I want to thank the spectators for coming out tonight, especially my family. They're all here. I think there's a few of them here. But I'd like to thank everybody for coming.
All right, your third place finisher, mini stock, final race of the year, Patrick Hool, and a good finish. Everybody else down here to celebrate in victory lane for our 2023 champion, Louis Maha. More racing coming right up.
All right, congratulations once again to this year's mini stock track champion, Louis Mayer, in the 69 as he gets A big special photo taken there with him and his family. Another successful season here at Monadnock. Hey, a reminder, Randy, you better get going if you're going to be in the spectator race. If you're going to be in the spectator race, you should be in your car lined up at the pit gate right now. They'll be doing registrations. You'll have to sign your life away, that type of stuff. A big book, I'm sure. But it's a ton of fun. If you're doing our spectator race, which is going to be coming up right after the Pure Stock feature, which is next, you got to line that car up now. You got to line that car up now over by the pit gate, please. So coming up, we have our Pure Stock feature. We've got 17 entries in the Pure Stocks this afternoon. And when it comes to points battle for the Pure Stocks, Chris Davis has a 20-point lead in front of Colton Martin. Now, my question is, Colton and a couple of other of his friends down there in the pits threw us a wicked curveball before. What car is Colton going to be driving in the feature?
I think you're only going to be time is going to tell, Kevin. I think that what's happening now, and we see this, and we talk about this consistently. No other sport does the competitor help the other competitor to get where they need to go and make that challenge. But Andrea St. Amour, that family has been awesome. We've also seen him running Madison Cousineau's car. So you never know what you're going to find out or who you're going to find in what ride, but we'll know that's certain.
It's been a long week for Chris Davis. Chris Davis will come out. Chris Davis piloting the 16. He lives right here in Winchester. Had some massive engine trouble last week here at Monadnock. So it's been a long week. Figuring the car out, making sure that it runs on the final day. Obviously, the most important day. He is 20 points ahead of Colton Martin for the Pure Stocks. Zachary Zielinski is 34 points back. So we'll see how we do. 17 competitors about to come out for our Pure Stock feature, which is 25 laps long. Randy, I was just told that there's a Viper lining up for the spectator race.
A Viper?
A Viper.
That's
That's going to be extra special to see.
Not to bust our bubble, but we've seen some Viper types out here before who suddenly realize that the banking in turns 1 and 2 is not what it looks like when you're sitting in the grandstands. And we have, honest to God, we'll say this again when whoever's, we're all on top of for the spectator race coming up. There have been some mishaps. We'll only go that far until we get down to the burial thing, because we've got more racing coming up, and we'll see who our spectator champ is this year, whether it's a ringer or whether it's somebody who surprises the ringers with a winner.
I remember a Miata mishap. Mishap one year.
Miata mishap coming to you soon to a theater near you.
All right, here we go. Pure Stocks coming out on the track. And Tim Taft out of Springfield, Vermont, leads them out. He'll be on the inside of row number 1. To his outside, a rookie here in the Pure Stocks this season, Dominic Stafford out of Millers Falls, Massachusetts, piloting the Pioneer Stone Seals Sen Excavating Pure Stock. Colton Martin in the number 4. He is driving Andrea St. Amour's number 20. Behind Colton, Chris Chambers out of Chelsea, Vermont in the 20 VT. Zachary Zielinski in row number 3 on the inside in the 7Z. Zachary Zielinski is 3rd in points this season here at Monadnock Speedway. The Fine Line Homes, the electrician Neil A. Zielinski, the Northfield Creamy, the well-sponsored Pure Stock of Zachary Zielinski. To his outside will be the young Adrian Smith from Unity, New Hampshire in the 97. And then our points leader going for the championship, Chris Davis out of Winchester, New Hampshire. He's passing the start-finish line right now in the Honda of Keene 16. Carlos Grenier visits us from Charlestown, New Hampshire. He's had some great races here this season here at Monadnock. Then It's the Mr. Gorilla Man, Jimmy Zellman. He's also won here at Monadnock this season. He's out of Greenfield, Massachusetts. He's in the 0-1. C.J. Johnson from down the road in Keene, New Hampshire is in the number 95. In the opposite direction, you head south on Route 10, you encounter Northfield, Massachusetts, and that's where Mike Douglas lives. He's in the 98. Tegan Edson, young Tegan Edson, another rookie in the field from Ashburnham, Massachusetts, is driving the 57, the DRY Construction 57. Reagan Buffum from Surrey, New Hampshire in the 60. Visiting us today from 2 hours away, Ashland, New Hampshire in the 24J, it's Scott Vane. Then, the number 16 on my list, we have Andrea St. Amour driving the 20. All right, she's in the back of the field. Mike Radzik out of Irving, Mass in the 8. And Joshua Hubbard in the 14 here tonight. A lot of paint, a lot of spray paint on these pure stocks. And keeping me on my toes here. So I believe it will be Andrea St. Amour in Colton Martin's number 4 in the back of the field. That makes a little bit of a sense to me. So Chris Horton says, double them up this time by. And he's pointing at row number 1. He's pointing at Tim Taft. He's pointing at Dominic Stafford. Mr. Horton says, I want a clean start, ladies and gentlemen. A clean start coming up for our final 25 laps of the Pure Stocks here at Monadnock for this season as they approach the Servpro start zone. We're looking for Horton to fly that flag, and he does. The green flag's in the air, and they're off. And Dominic Stafford gets a good jump on Tim Taft. Dominic Stafford into turns 1 and 2. Coming down the back stretch. Gets the signal to move on down in front of Tim Taft. On the outside, Colton Martin. Coming up on the outside, Tim Taft. A little loose behind Taft. Zachary Zielinski, and then your points leader as they bunch up, coming out of turn number 2. Chris Davis goes to the inside of Zielinski, finds a spot and settles there. Tim Taft is loose, coming into 3 and 4, and they bunch up. There's contact, and Davis comes down, and wow, a shot on the 98. Davis comes down and did not expect that. The 98 joins the field and causes all kinds of commotion. We have Zellman turning to the side. It's still green flag, and it's still Colton Martin now out in front. Colton Martin out in front, Chris Chambers and Dominic Stafford, 1, 2, and 3. And we have the number 98. Mike Douglas turned in the front stretch. We also have Tim Taft turning in 3 and 4. Look out, Zellman. Yellow flag now in the air. Too much craziness happening on the track. We're going to settle it down and try to get lap number 5 in. So 4 laps are in the books, and there's been a lot of contact so far. Mike Douglas finding himself on the apron of the track just after the start-finish line. We've had cars turning in both turn 2 and turn 4. We'll try to get the field lined up, and off we'll go in just a couple of moments. Again, if you are a part of our spectator race, we need you up at the pit gate right now in your hot rod, please. The tower now communicating with the drivers on their lineups. Mike Douglas giving some instruction. He's just parked right now. I think he's just waiting for a clear shot so he can zoom over into the pits and take a look at what's going on with that 98.
Probably have a little chat with them about their behavior on the racetrack. It's early in the race. It's only 25 laps, and there's plenty of time to get things sorted out.
You know, I talked to Chris Davis, and, you know, Chris Davis obviously wanted to avoid any sort of mishap that was going to be happening on the track today as he goes for the championship. And he was really aggressive in 2 different parts of those first, now 3 official laps that are in the books.
Well, the points break, in case you track it, is 2 points. 50 to win, 48 for second, 46 for third, 44, and 42 for your top 5 cars. there are 20 points difference between Chris Davis as your point leader and second place Colton Martin. So Davis wants to be sure he stays within something that will not accumulate beyond 20 points.
Right, so he needs to be 10 places before Colton Martin. He needs to finish 10 spots before Colton Martin.
Well, at least certainly finish 8 spots behind him, because that would be 16 points.
Oh, behind him, I
would,
should
and
say,
he
yes.
would still be able to win the championship if
Right.
Colton Martin won.
Yep, okay.
So it's points. This time it's points. Some of that is position. Let's see what happens if they get a restart of lap 4.
All right, Zellman is out from the pits in the 0-1. One of our faster cars, Jimmy Zellman, was the fastest car in practice earlier this afternoon. They're doubled up. Martin will be on the inside. Stafford will be on the outside as they approach the Serve Pro restart zone. Looking for that green flag from Mr. Horton, and there it is. Here we go. Colton Martin out in front, jumping out in front, and he wants to take Chris Chambers with him. Colton Martin and Chris Chambers, and more contact. Contact involving the points leader. Contact involving Chambers and Smith. And we have 2 pure stocks in the infield right now. And we have 1 net down. Adrian Smith in the 97, one of our young gun drivers from earlier this season. That Acura is messed up. Oh, man. Crunched up front end. Obviously still able to drive. And then we also have Reagan Buffum involved as well. Buffum able to drive the 60 off. Reagan Buffum will go into the pits. And it looks like Smith will go into the pits as well. So again, more contact happening in the corners here at Monadnock Speedway in our pure stock division. Only 3 laps official.
I'll tell you, these guys are coming out with their helmets on just a little too tight so far tonight in this event, because nothing's won in the first 3 or 4 laps. They've plenty of time for it to sort out and find out where they're going to be. Chris Davis certainly has a car to beat. He doesn't care if he wins. He cares if he wins the championship. Chris Chambers has not won a race here this year so far, nor has in this division, I think Zielinski has not either, although he has had a win, I think, last year. If I go back and look at my records correctly, he did get a win in the pure stocks back about the middle of July of last year in his rookie year, not too long after he moved up from Young Guns.
Yeah, that old adage of, you can't win on laps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 definitely comes to play here with these drivers.
Adrian
and they
Smith,
need to settle down.
Able to get back, sitting up there at the pit exit to join the back of the field.
Yeah, it looks like they looked over the front end of the 97 of Adrian Smith, making sure he's okay to join the field for the rest of this race for the next 22 laps.
Reagan Buffum getting a wave on as well, so whatever they had to check on his car, the guys have gone to work on that. Frank Jr. took to work with the crew, pounded something out or tightened something up, and Reagan is back here.
Well, if you're watching on Nostrovision, boy, you are seeing some pretty incredible replays of the incidents that led to a couple of yellow flags already here in this 25-lap pure stock event.
Well, somebody got into the back of the 56 and moved him up. He bumped up and hit the 20. The 7 got pushed to the high side, and 16 was involved in that. And the guys in the back of the field are the ones that checked up and banged into each other and brought out the caution.
Yeah, a lot of times it's just being in the wrong spot at the wrong time. A lot of chain reaction collisions that end up spinning drivers, turning them in the wrong direction, and chaos ensues.
So Colton Martin wants to win in his borrowed ride, the St. Amour vehicle. Stafford, who's had a win, sitting in second spot. Chris Chambers, who was the defending Claremont champion, and his championship will be determined this coming Friday, sits in third. Then it's Zielinski, and back in 5th place right now is your point leader, Chris Davis. Davis, 246 currently sitting there with 42 points. So he's okay where he is. If he finished in 5th, he would still be able to win the championship if Colton Martin wins, but I think he'd like to be on the podium just so it makes it a little more definitive for him.
Oh, definitely, absolutely. All right, so our pace truck, our Monadnock Speedway Toyota pace truck exits as our leaders come down the back stretch. Once again, approaching the Serve Pro restart zone. We are looking at Mr. Horton to wave that flag. Come on, Chris, wave that flag, and he does. And here we go. Colton Martin with another solid jump and a solid restart. Takes the field into turns 1 and 2. Coming down the back stretch. Chambers now takes the spot away from Stafford. Chambers racing here at Monadnock today, spending a lot of time at Claremont Motorsports Park as well, and very, very successful in these Nissans. These first 2 Nissans that you see here in this pure stock race have been very fast here at Monadnock and also at Claremont Motorsports Park. And look at Colton Martin take off. Wow. Big jump on the field right now for Colton Martin and also Chris Chambers. Dominic Stafford, Zachary Zielinski, and then the points leader right now, Chris Davis. Looks as though the drivers have certainly settled down from the way in which we were racing, about 15, 20, a half an hour ago. Getting the race in. We're on lap number 7 right now, with Colton Martin way out in front. Some action happening a bit farther back in the field. CJ Johnson in front of Carlos Grenier and Jimmy Zellman right now. Johnson just made the pass on Zellman in front of Mike Radzik. CJ trying to make the pass on Grenier, coming out of turn number 4. Trying to work his way up through the field. And boy, every time I look back at Colton Martin, he has just continued to extend his lead. All the racers in that family, they must be the same size. I mean, are they moving the seats? And they can just jump into each other's cars and race. It's just pretty amazing. I think Colton, now that I think of it, I think Colton and Andrea are pretty much the same height. Andrea farther back in the field, and we have a spin. Tim Taft and Reagan Buffum spinning in 3 and 4. Buffum is stationary. I take that back. Buffum has been able to move. Taft is, he's in a bad spot. That's going to bring out another caution flag. We've got 12 laps in now. We're almost halfway there in this 25-lap event. So Tim Taft, who started on the pole in row number 1, finds himself in trouble right now in turns 3 and 4 here at Monadnock. Oh, that's a bad spot. That's a really bad spot. So we'll get our track crews out there, give him a push if he needs a push.
Well, the tough part of it is also with the way the sun's now setting, because we are mid to late afternoon, it's also a little more difficult for officials to see the cars over there. Looking from the official standpoint, it's certainly pretty bright for us up here. So it may also be difficult for your flagmen to see what's going on down there as they try to roll the A-plus towing record down off the banking. They can get a break in traffic and let them get across. You can get Tim Taft going.
Joshua Hubbard in the 14, back out to race here with us. He was unable to make the last green flag that we had, but is now back and testing out that Acura. So Tim's going to get the push from the record crew, and we'll see if he's going to be able to continue to join us for the second half of this race.
Looks like he does. It's fired up. He'll join the back of the field here. Carlos Grenier was on the move for a little bit. He had a good start to the season in that car and actually found his way into victory lane about mid-season and has not regained form since then. Colton Martin leading right now in the borrowed car, has only one victory here, but he's had good top 5 finishes to get him into that point chase. Chris Davis has been the dominant winner, and then it kind of straightened out. Andrea St. Amour, Dominic Stafford, Carlos Grenier, Jimmy Zellman, and Andrea St. Amour. The last 5 races have been the 5 different winners, so we may see a new face in victory lane again, or it could be Colton Martin.
All right, these two are buddies in row number 1 as they approach the Cert Pro restart zone. Colton Martin and Chris Chambers. And the green flag is in the air. Again, Colton Martin with a good jump and a good start, and Zachary Zielinski now making a move. Zachary Zielinski down the back stretch. He was able to make a pass on Dominic Stafford. CJ Johnson trying to do the same thing on the outside in the neon. So we have Martin, Chambers, and Zielinski now. 1, 2, and 3. We're on lap number 12 of this 25-lap event. A ways to go here. And behind Zielinski, Dominic Stafford, and then your points leader of Chris Davis. And then CJ Johnson, who has been very aggressive as he's been coming up through the field. We'll see how he treats the points leader as they go into 3 and 4. No contact there. Johnson looking to the inside, looking to the outside. Zellman right behind Johnson too. Both of them ready to pounce if the points leader makes any sort of mistake. Going hard into the corner here, 3 and 4. Davis still able to stay in front of Johnson and Zellman. Davis doesn't want to see any sort of craziness for the next 10 laps here at Monadnock Speedway. Oh, Johnson is sideways. He gets tagged by Zellman. Johnson saves it. Amazing. Wow. He was super loose, almost sideways in 3 and 4. He's able to keep his spot too. Meanwhile, out in front, Colton Martin, Chris Chambers, and Zachary Zielinski. 1, 2, and 3. Oh, trouble now with Andrea in Colton's car. Andrea St. Amour is going to go down into the pits. She's into the pits, calling it a race for the moment. In the meantime, Martin in front of Chambers, in front of Zielinski, trying to get some fast laps in here as we approach 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go in this pure stock final race here at Monadnock Speedway. We'll be crowning another champion in this division. Will it be Chris Davis in the 16, who now places 5th in this event? Colton Martin way out in front. Boy, that car is fast. Really fast. In front of Chambers, in front of Zielinski. As we head down to 3 to go, it'll be 3 to go this time by.
And if 3 to go, 10 points difference between the leader and second place right now for points, with the 16 running in 5th place. If he can stay there and nothing happens for the final 3, he will have a championship. Meanwhile, Colton Martin has decided to just go park himself among the lap traffic coming off of turn 4. He's got to move Hubbard over and go by Taft and Buffum with 2 laps left. Chambers second, Zielinski third, Stafford fourth, and right now your point leader running in 5th, still getting some challenge. A lap left, 1 to go for Colton Martin, Chris Chambers, Zach Zielinski, Dominic Stafford, and your point leader, Chris Davis, hoping he can pick up a championship that he gave up last year. Checkered flags are out. It'll be Colton Martin for the win. Chris Chambers, Zach Zielinski, Dominic Stafford, and your champion, Chris Davis. The rest of the field cruises across the under the checkered flag and across the start-finish line to finish up the 2023 Pure Stock Championship season. Colton Martin borrows Andrea St. Amour's car, the one she won with last week, and one he won with last weekend across the state. and picks up his third win of the season to cap the 2023 season here at Monadnock. Chris Chambers rolls into second spot. Zach Zielinski will pull down third place in a good run and also will find himself finishing in third place in the point championship as well. Kevin will be down trackside as soon as everybody settles in to have a chat with the champion and our winners. Get the story behind the car exchange between Colton Martin and Usain Moore. But right now it's time for fun, and it's time for Kevin Bazan trackside.
Thank you very much, Dave. Right now he takes his victory lap, or does a victory burnout for us here. And I'm going to get out of the way. Colton Martin taking his victory lap around Monadnock Speedway, victorious in the 25-lap event here at Monadnock. We'll be getting a story in just a bit. We're going to talk to our track champion in just a bit. Colton Martin going up to get some congratulations from all of his fans and his crew in the pits. As he comes down, here he is, Colton Martin in the number 4, victorious here, Pure Stocks at Monadnock this afternoon, Championship Saturday here at Monadnock. Big grin on his face. He gets the picture from Miss M. He gets a big hug and a kiss from Andrea. As he gets out today, he's going to go over, he's going to congratulate track champion Chris Davis. Classy move right there. Colton Martin, you've done it. You have proved, my friend, that you can win in just about any car at any track. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, we were having problems with our own car in practice. Just wouldn't turn coming off the corner, so Andrea gave us her car to attempt to try to get the championship. A few points shy, but congrats to Chris. He's been racing longer than I've been born.
That's true.
I'd like to thank all my normal sponsors, all of these guys' sponsors, Mom, Dad, like I said, those guys, Nona, Brooklyn, Peyton, Charlotte, Papa. I'll read some of their sponsors, I guess.
All right, read some of the sponsors. Here we go.
K&R Rentals. I don't know what this is. Central Vermont Micro Welds. Yep. And whatever's on the back of the car.
And whatever's on the back of the car, too. Colton Martin. And your season's not done yet, is it, buddy?
No, I have Claremont, Lee, and Hudson.
Claremont, Lee, and Hudson coming up for the young Colton Martin, victorious here at Monadnock Speedway. Chris Chambers, come on over, bud. Man, nice job here at Monadnock this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to have a 1-2 punch with my own cars. I kind of wish it was Drea in the car and not Colton, but, I like that kid, otherwise I wouldn't let him drive it. We gave him everything we could to try to, his car was having issues, so we gave him what we could to try to help him stay in the championship fight and fall a little short, but, I hope that 16 likes the back of these Nissans because we're coming next year. We're both coming for it, so.
All right, get ready. See some more Nissans right here at Monadnock Speedway. Chris Chambers, great job, my friend.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my sponsors, K&R Rentals, Highside Fab and Graphics. Oh, that's all right. She got all the rest of the sponsors, so that's all I got.
Nice job, Chris. Nice job. And we bring over Zachary Zielinski. Comes in third in this race, comes in third in points here at Monadnock. Zachary, I know you were fighting and trying to get up front in a crazy 25-lap race. You did it, man. You got third place.
Yeah, I mean, my team didn't even set up the car because they were down here with my brother, so I'm going to throw them under the bus for that, but I'd like to thank my sponsors. Fine Line Homes, Northfield Creamy, Lawrence Sign and Screen Printing, Kidder & Co., Pioneer Valley Indoor Karting, Zielinski Heating and Cooling, Clark's Auto, Neil A. Zielinski Electrician, Zachary's Easy Hard Work, Flag Farms, Sunrise Valley Farm, Miss M, my mom, my dad, my grandpa, my brother, Bob, Diane, Auntie Laura, Uncle Bob, Glenn and Kathy, my Uncle Scott, my girlfriend in North Carolina, and all the fans for coming out for the last race.
There you go, Zachary Zielinski from Gill, Massachusetts, making Gill proud here, third place today in the race, third place in points. Chris, come on over. We'll get the champion, our track champion now. For Pure Stocks here, I know, you're a proud kid, aren't you? Very, very proud. Here, we'll get this. I'll hold it, okay, Chris? You got that? Congratulations, my friend. I know it was a long week for you after what happened last week. A lot of long nights in the garage making sure that this 16 was ready to represent here on Saturday.
Yeah, I got to thank a lot of people for this week. Gordon Farnham, Kevin Carey, John, Pike, my family, my crew, everybody that's helped me out, my sponsors, Monmi Jewelry, Honda of Keene, Buffalo Model Parts, McClure's Tree Service, Phillips Design, Jack of All Blades, Granite State Glass. Couldn't do it without them. Wasn't easy. This feature was pretty rough. I got banged around a few times. It made it pretty interesting, but I'm glad we got it done.
Well, Colton Martin was saying, correctly I might add, you've been winning races here but since before he was born. You've been doing this a while.
Yeah, he's got a lot of winning already, and congratulations to him for second, and congratulations to him for the win and all my competitors.
Congratulations to you, Chris Davis, track champion here at Monadnock in the Pure Stocks. Well done.
Thank you.
And we will be back with our spectator race. Oh, Randy can't wait. We've got 11 spectator racers coming up here at Monadnock Speedway.
And they'll be going wheel to wheel in pairs until we get down to the final 2 or 3, and then we may run a little bit longer. We'll run them side by side and see who's really the best. We'll give you the names when they roll onto the track. There will be a nice combination of cars, none of which, if I owned them, I would ever take out onto the racetrack, even to do a pace lap. Although the models, they don't give us years, so these might be, they all might be beaters, you never know. But they're supposed to be street legal and registered, so they can't just, have one in the back lot that they soup up and bring out. It's got to be registered, and you got to be able to drive it home, if you're lucky. And we'll have Randy down on the flag stand. He's going to be able to read the numbers better than we can up here because they kind of slap them on there with shoe polish. Make sure we have the right drivers in the right cars, and then we'll call it from here. 2 laps, kind of like qualifying. In some cases, this will be heart in your throat racing. Otherwise, for some, it may be a serious flop. We might point out, too, for all these championship races, there's a good chance that the top 3 also will be teched before the race is over. So everything we say is unofficial until it's released by the track. We've seen some races in the past where some people have won an important race that, as it turns out, they didn't. So we'll just keep that in mind. And here they come. It looks like they're heading for work. Let's see what we've got out here. 11 scheduled, one of which I am told is a Dodge Viper. Well, that should be very interesting to see what's going to happen there. They'll line them up here, and then our starter does the best he can to match them up evenly the first time out. After that, they're kind of on their own. Of course, the ones that are the loudest are usually not the fastest, but they sound great.
David, as our spectator racers get ready to see who's got who, folks. Does the Viper win it all, or is it just a mistake? Maybe it's the all-wheel drive Ford Taurus here. Maybe that's the look up today. Joined by my pal Nate from Nastrovision, we're going to try to get all of this right, ready to show you what a spectator race here at the High Banks is all like. If you've never seen it, folks, you're in store for an interesting event tonight. Hondas, Toyotas, a Honda Del Sol that I've actually seen here before. Looks awful familiar. Trying to warm up the tires as he goes. Our chief starter, Chris Horton, getting everybody into position. Getting everybody ready to roll. 2 laps is the distance. We'll do process of elimination. Gonna see, Chris has the choice. He's gonna choose who faces who.
Just a reminder for our spectators this afternoon that there is no smoking in the grandstands, no vaping in the grandstands. If you need to have a cigarette, if you need to vape, you can take that behind the grandstands. We certainly appreciate it. Oh, I like this matchup, Randy.
I'll tell you, this is going to be fun. Honda versus Honda. It's going to be the 2, piloted by Cole Littlewood. And the 3 of Jared Culler out of Concord, New Hampshire. Does Concord beat Orange? Does the crafty veteran have what it takes? They're underway. Littlewood hammered down the Honda on the inside. Who thinks Cole's got it? Cheer him on, folks. Here we go. Coming lap number 1. I don't know, Kev. If that was me, I think he's got a distinct advantage. Cole Littlewood takes the gray Honda, smokes down the backstretch, rockets out of turn number 4. There he goes. He's got the first victory.
Wow, that was speed right there. Definitely speed. Cole Littlewood with a, let's face him, he's got a wicked advantage when it comes to flying around this track. Just a little bit, just a little bit. All right, so he will be back. Cole Littlewood will be back. We'll see who Chris brings out next, and it looks like it's going to be another Acura. And a Honda. Number 6 is Owen McPhee from Royalston, Massachusetts. And number 5 is Aaron Blanchard from Hinsdale, New Hampshire. Massachusetts on the inside, New Hampshire on the outside. And the green flag is in the air. Oh, and they're door to door going into turn number 1. Acura takes it down the back stretch. And into 3 and 4. Acura goes high, Honda goes low, makes the pass. Honda took the turn number 1 a little too hot. Just a wee bit too hot. Might have to go see the tire dealership on Monday. And the gray Acura. A winner here this afternoon. And the Honda going right to the pits this afternoon. That will be enough for the Honda Del Sol. Aaron Blanchard to the pits out of Hinsdale, New Hampshire. Owen McPhee, the winner of that battle out of Royalston.
Uh-oh. Here we go. The 8, Kevin, is next. Honda versus Toyota.
All right, Anthony Bendetti out of Greenfield, Massachusetts. And we have Dylan Gagnon out of Northfield, Massachusetts. He's in the Nissan Altima.
All right, we see Nissans fast every week in Pure Stocks. Who's got it? Is it a Nissan? Is it the Honda? Here we go. Green's gonna fly. Now they're off. Nissan digs in. Low coming out of 1 and 2. Doing a good problem with the line there. Honda's through the middle. Nissan's definitely got it down the backstretch. Working his way through 3 and 4. The high banks are not set up for your average car for sure. The street vehicle makes a huge difference. See the brake lights work through. He's feathering it into the corner.
He brake checked him. Going into turn number 1. Taking it slow into 3 and 4. Wants to ensure the victory. Checkers are in the air for the Nissan.
Dallas Gagnon gets the victory in the Nissan.
Oh, you were right, Randy. The Nissans are fast here at Monadnock.
Colton Martin, Andrew St. Amour, Chris Chambers, they all prove it. Here we go, Kev.
All right, this is the number 7.
It would be the number 1, sir.
Number 1, Dallas Trombley out of Rutland, Vermont in the Xfinity. And the Ford is going to come up beside him. It's Kenny Howe out of Hinsdale, New Hampshire. So Dallas versus Kenny. Dallas is on the inside. Kenny's on the outside, and the green flag's in the air.
Kenny Howe, your A-plus towing provider. Whoa, Trombley swings that Xfinity out. Drives it down the backstretch, way too close to the wall. Kenny Howe, too hot. Sideways in that all-wheel drive hot rod. Now he's going to try to cut him off. Howe regains the lead after doing the slide of life coming into 3.
Dallas is coming up strong as they come into turns 3 and 4. Is the Ford going to be able to hold on and make the corner? He does. Whoa! A lot of smoke.
Wow, give it up for Kenny Howe. Holy moly.
Oh, the domestic. The domestic beats the import.
Whew.
And
I
he's
think
ready
he's
for more.
going to need some tires. He's definitely going to use them all up for sure. Oh, well, Kenny, what a character. By the way, he's the guy that actually removes these race cars when they get into trouble. All right, what's Chris Horton saying? Oh, Subaru.
Subaru comes out. Subaru. This is Xander Stillwell. Xander Stillwell out of Springfield, Vermont. And we also have, oh my, the Dodge Viper. Heath Renault, Vernon, Vermont. Here we go.
I don't know, Kev.
I would be super careful in that Viper. Really careful.
It's a good thing that Heath does body work where he's out, but the Subaru's high.
Subaru's going up high. Cuts off the Viper. Viper breaks. Oh, that was close.
What do you think, folks? Here they come down the backstretch. Does Renault have enough to get him? Can he get hot into the corner? Does the Subaru drift up too high?
Here comes
Oh, wow!
Oh!
Renault may not have won, but man, he put on a smoke show. Wow.
Oh, man. He may not have won the race, but he was the show, that's for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, was that fun? Come on, let him hear it in the pits for you.
So we have all of our first dual victors. Or actually, we haven't seen the Audi yet, have we?
No, Mr. Viraguth that's piloting that car made a special trip down here
and he says he's going to be the victor.
Uh-huh.
Does Peter have what it takes, or will one of these other challengers be able to fire off? Their 2 all-wheel drives going to pound the pavement right now.
All right, here comes the Ford, and here comes the Audi. The 4 versus 7. The Audi on the inside. The Ford on the outside as we line up the rest of the field.
Peter Veriguth. Not sure how familiar he is here with the high banks.
Oh, the 3 getting set to the pits.
Uh-oh. Maybe a little adjustment or...
Oh, I guess he ended up losing his race, so he's gone.
go.
All right.
All right. So who's the American favorite? Raise your hand. Who thinks the foreign ride's got it?
We'll
Come
find
on,
out.
folks. Let's make this work. They're ready to go. Chris Horton's on the edge of the track. Green in hand. There we
Green.
are. Howe gets out to the early jump. Kenny Howe, can he make that rocket all-wheel drive stick where it needs to this time? Veriguth catching him with the Audi. Peter Veriguth, Kenny Howe. Howe going to come down to lead the first lap. Jumps down on the rumble strips. Working his way through. Veriguth has got to the back bumper.
I don't know if the Audi's going to get a chance. Although he's coming into 3 and 4 strong.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Wow, the catch of the day.
I would say so. That was really close.
All right, we need your help. Track manager Michelle Cloutier, Kevin, and I are looking for some input. Should we put them all together and do 5 laps? All right, you asked for it, you got it. Here they come. Everybody to the line, Gordon. Everybody to the line. Here we go.
All 5 will race. We've got the 2 and the 6 in row number 1. In row number 2, the mighty fast Nissan and the Subaru. And then the Ford that has been so strong will be in the back of the field. It will be 5 laps.
Gonna make some shuffle here.
Littlewood, I think, is going to get handicapped to the back of the field.
Oh, boy.
Gonna give him a
he
little
work
challenge.
his way up doing some rubbing or not, folks?
5.
5 is going to be the distance. Here we go. This is going to get crazy.
All right, here we go. Chris Horton, he's got the green flag in the air. Making sure, and the green flag flies, and they're off. Already Littlewood quick to the inside. He's passed 3 already, and he's just coming out of turn number 2. And he's got the Subaru in his sights. Oh, but look out, here comes the Ford from the back of the field. Cole Littlewood. He's going to pass on the outside. Down the back stretch. Into 3 and 4 there, door to door. Cole Littlewood holds it.
Littlewood punches the button, hits the outside.
Oh, they're putting on a show for us this
Here
afternoon.
we go. Can they hold on? Oh, drifts up is the 10. Bilal gets up there high. Littlewood feathers the brake pedal. Here comes Kenny Howe. Dives to the inside. Littlewood. Oh, it shut off. He missed a shift, Gav.
I can't believe it.
Oh, no.
Meanwhile, the Ford is coming up. White flag is in the air. White flag already. Last chance for Cole Littlewood. As he comes into turn number 4, makes the big move. Cole at the line. Cole at the line. Wow. What a finish. That's the closest spectator race finish I think I've ever seen here.
Oh, the advantage goes to the veteran who knows how to get around. Give it up for Cole Littlewood. Wow, what a run. Stillwell gave him everything he had in the Subaru. But your victor goes home in the Honda.
Randy's going to walk over and get some reaction from Cole. Of course, he's going to get the big trophy.
Who says it's not a race car?
It is a race car.
Knocks the trophy over. Give it up, folks, one more time for Cole Littlewood. Buddy, I don't know if you had the distinct advantage, but this whole crowd was cheering when you got by him. Is this what we have to come see in 100 laps next?
I sure hope so. I hope you all enjoyed the show. That was a lot of fun.
Such a blast, such a great young man, a former young gun, Cole Littlewood. You can?
I just want to take this chance. I want to thank Lundgren Honda, Greenfield, and Ridemore Trucking, and Jeff Rollins for letting me drive his modified. I don't know if I'll have the chance to do this later tonight, but we're going to try. All my family helps me with the modified, my girlfriend Michaela, and all the support from all of you here. I hope you enjoyed that.
Such a great young talent, such a great family of racers. Cole Littlewood is your spectator winner.
Well, okay. Now that all the guys that go flying by you on I-95 or I-91 or I-81 have had their day on the track, it's time to get back to our regular divisions of racing. And next up will be the late model main event. Late models going at it for 25 laps to settle their championship. Coming into today, Tim Wenzel, hoping to double up as the late model champ, last year called Street Stocks. He's 28 points ahead of J.D. Stockwell, the up-and-coming young rookie driver who picked up the win last week here, his first. Hillary Renault sits in third in the points. Kevin McKnight in the 76 is fourth in points. Robert Hagar, who generally has been here, is not there. He is fifth in points, so Eric Smith might have a shot at moving up in the standings, depending upon how his finish goes. That's how it's going to line up here. Tim Wenzel just needs to win. If JD beats him, he's going to have to beat him by more than 14 positions in order to win the race, and there's only 12 cars on the track. So that would probably mean that Wenzel's championship is not in doubt. However, some of the other positions in the top 10 are, and that's why we're racing, so we can crown our champion. And here they come, sitting on the pole for tonight's 25-lap 2023 championship race for the Nestor Late Models. In the 7, from Perkinsville, Vermont, that's Eric Smith in the 7. That's the black 7. Right beside him on the front row in the 88 from Vernon, Vermont, sitting third in points right now, the North Star J. King Electric late model. That's Hillary Renault. Starting third in the 19 from Alstead, New Hampshire, and sometimes Pittsburgh, New Hampshire, Aaron Thompson. in the 19. Aaron entered here late in the season, but he's ready to go, the Upper Valley Stove machine. Next on the grid in the 45, that will be the top running rookie in this division, J.D. Stockwell. Stockwell coming out of Turners Falls, Massachusetts, in the Doug's Auto Fleming family racing machine, the Massachusetts Missile, J.D. Stockwell. Next on the grid, your defending and leading point getter in the fireplace number 83. That's the Virgilio entry for Tim Wenzel out of West Springfield in the 83, your leading champion. Field's called on to double it. Let's run down the rest of the lineup. Starting next in 7th, 8th spot, 6th spot will be Andrew Brosso from Claremont, New Hampshire. Kevin McKnight goes 7th from Orange, Mass in the 76. Leighton Lutz from Richmond, New Hampshire starts in the 7. Tom Small from Westfield, Mass in the 15. Mike Lashua from Winchendon, Mass in the 97. The 46 NH is Gordon Farnham from Fitzwilliam, New Hampshire, and the 16Z, Dylan Zulo from Claremont, New Hampshire, into the Surf Pro start zone. Here we go. Hillary Renault, Eric Smith, dice it out for the lead off turn 2. It'll be Renault, Smith, J.D. Stockwell trying to rocket underneath and pick up the spot. He gets down. Smith goes up. Stockwell will be second at the stripe. Renault, your leader. J.D. Stockwell, Eric Smith, Andrew Brosso, Tim Wenzel, Aaron Thompson. Then it's Leighton Lutz and Dylan Zulo. McKnight going backwards. Small, Farnham, and Lashua. Zulo trying to work his way toward the front after a slightly bad start. Here comes Wenzel moving into 4th place. Side-by-side battle. 6 spots back will be Zulo and Lutz. Zulo trying to get underneath Thompson to pick up the 6th spot. Not yet, but he gets position going down the front chute, and he'll take over 6th. On the backstretch, it's Renault, Stockwell, Brosso, Wenzel, and Smith. Then on comes Zulo, Thompson, Lutz, Small, Farnham, McKnight, and Lashua. 5 in, 20 to go. Hillary Renault would like to return to victory lane. Help her chances in the top 3. She had a win back on the 22nd of July. Stockwell was a winner last week. Wenzel had 3 wins in a row after our Triple Crown battle for the belt event. Renault trying to stay out there. Brosso, Stockwell, Wenzel, a battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That won't be settled right away. Smith fades back. Zulo's coming on. Andrew Brosso has not been a long-time regular here, but he's managed the track pretty well. He's had some good runs when he's come down. Wenzel getting a little anxious here. Gives a slight tap to the back bumper of Stockwell. Trouble here as Gordon Farnham spins off the front chute. Wenzel uses the chrome horn to move Stockwell over and moves into 3rd spot. They come up on the Mike Lashua car. He's got to stay way down with 10 laps in the books and 15 to go. Wenzel would like to charge to the top, win the race, and cap off the championship run this year. Gordon Farnham bounces back onto the track, but he's off a lap now. Brosso is closing in on Hillary. Andrew Brosso could surprise some people here. Next time around, it'll be halfway. At the halfway mark, Renault, Brosso, and Wenzel. J.D. Stockwell goes 4th. Here's Brosso trying to move her over a little bit. She takes it hard into turns 3 and 4, jams on the brakes, drops down. Brasso comes back underneath her. Renault still fighting there. Let's see if there's a little body slamming going on as they go into turn 2. Yes, there is. Andrew Brasso. He'll cross the stripe with 10 to go and take over the lead. Now Wenzel squeezes his way underneath. He's going for the top. It'll be he and Brasso as they come up onto the McKnight vehicle. Andrew Brasso goes high. Here comes Wenzel down low. Cross the stripe on lap 17. Wenzel by a nose. Four cars going to be fighting hard here over the final 8 laps. Brasso and Wenzel. Brasso fights back and takes the lead back on lap 18. Into the corner, they rub hubs coming off of turn 2. And it's the 83 of Wenzel. Trying one more time to take the lead off the corner. This time it's Wenzel for the lead on lap 19. Into turn 2 again, and now Wenzel pulls away with a pretty substantial lead. Hillary Renault may have a shot at getting underneath Brasso to move into second. She's got a podium finish right now. Lap traffic can be in the way as they go by Lashuev. He's got to keep it down. He's got to keep it down as the leaders go by. This is for the championship. 5 laps less. Coming down to complete lap 21, it's Brasso, Wenzel, Brasso, and Renault.
Here we are, digging up front is your looking-to-be champion, Tim Wenzel. Andrew Barusso, oh, contact with a lap car. Barusso, contact with the 15 of Thomas Small, upsets that run that he had. Contact of the lap car with Andrew Barusso, and the 81 was running second at the time. Small in the 15. Just didn't get out of the way in time. Andrew Barusso, a victim of that run for sure. Black flag being shown to Small. Race control says, you're off. Chief Flagman Chris Horton's going to get down, make sure that Small sees the black flag. He's going to point it directly at him. He's got race control in his ear. What a tough break for Barusso. Andrew's such a great competitor, such a great young man. Awesome to always visit with him. Claremont is where he calls home. "21 laps in the books, 25 is the distance. Your leader is Wenzel, Renault, Stockwell, Zulo, doing a great job. Got his whole family here with him tonight. Says, I've never drove a rear-wheel drive on this track. I think he's doing pretty good, folks. You might agree that he's sitting in 4th spot in the 16Z. Timothy Wenzel, Hillary Renault, J.D. Stockwell. J.D. coming off a victory last week here at the High Banks. Will start in 3rd. If you remember correctly, he started the feature event in the 3rd spot. Is Lucky 3 going to give him a challenge to be able to get up there and challenge Tim Wenzel? We're about ready to see as we try to cap this 2023 NASCAR late model event. Wenzel on the inside. Hillary Renault. J.D. Stockwell, Dylan Zulo. A pair of 7s. There you go. If you're playing the lottery, Leighton Lutz and Eric Smith. They're going to pelt themselves into the Surf Pro restart zone. Here we go. Wenzel's on the gas. Down into turn number 1. Wenzel, your leader, shuffling. Oh, wait a minute. Does Renault have him? She almost got Wenzel coming out of turn number 2 on the low side. Wenzel. Tim Wenzel being pursued by Hillary Renault. J.D. Stockwell, Dylan Zulo now going to challenge for the podium. Zulo looks to the inside of Stockwell with 2 to go, trying to take that third spot there, door handle to door handle. As they work their way through 1 and 2, down the back stretch, Stockwell's got an advantage. Zulo's got the preferred line on the inside. 1 lap to go, 2 cars around on the back stretch. No caution. Leaders coming. Lashua and Farnham need to get out of the way. Tim Wenzel gonna take the checkers. J.D. Stockwell around. Hillary Renault will finish second. Dylan Zulu in a 16 will finish third. Stockwell around in the 45 as they exited turn number 4. Tim Wenzel wanted it, stuck it out front, got out there. But kudos both to Renault and Zulo. What a great job Dylan did. First time on the high banks with a rear-wheel drive late model. Rest of the field going to clear. The high banks here. And we're going to go trackside momentarily with Dave Sutherland.
Two years in a row, Tim Wenzel puts an exclamation point on a 2023 Late Model Championship as part of the New Hampshire Short Track Racing Association competition. Finishing up the year, pair of wins a couple of weeks ago. Acknowledging all the guys around the outside of the track. He'll bring it down here to victory lane, picture time, celebration. First obligatory championship pictures for victory lane. His brother's on his way out. Your 2023 race winner and champion, Tim Wenzel. Whoa. We knew that was coming. Oh, man. Too bad it wasn't hot out, he says, coming over. Tim, you didn't have to win it, but it sure does make a point.
Yeah, I know it does. We definitely had a good year this year. But it takes a lot of hard work, a lot of hours, a lot of time away from other things you want to do. So first and foremost, got to thank my whole family. Then we got my father, Ted, Nathan, us four down at the shop 3-4 nights a week all summer. Without that, we wouldn't be here. So I got to thank Virgilia Property Management, Jeans Ford and Chevy, the Fireplace, BFR Chassis, Amherst Trucking, Valley Recycling, I already said them, 1812 Paint, Wenzel's Photography, and all the fans for coming out every single week, and also for Norm Wren and everything he does keeping this place going.
Well, that's great to win the championship 2 in a row. The big question at this time of year is always, what about next year?
We'll see. I'll be back in the late models next year. I don't know if we're going to run full-time or not yet. We'll see.
All right, leave it up in the air. Keep your betting. silly season's about to begin. Your 2023 champion, Tim Wenzel. Hillary Renault, you fought tough battles, slipped back, moved up. Got to feel good to finish the top 3 this year.
Yeah, it does. It's a year, before I've had someone else helping me, and it's been just myself, my boyfriend, and anyone else that likes to help, and all my sponsors, Rhodes Property Maintenance, King's Electric, Renault Brothers Construction, H&M Auto, DMI Paving, TSSD Services, ICE Service Group, BFR Chassis, Williams Race Gears, Valley Crane Service, North Star, and everyone else. It's way too many to remember, and Josh and John and all them. It's first year by myself to do the car on my own, and it went pretty good.
It went pretty good. You got a win. You had a bunch of podium finishes, a top 3 in points. What's going to happen next year?
We're going to run the same thing.
We'll see her up here again. Hillary Renault finishes 3rd in points, 2nd in the race. And Dylan Zillow, come on up. Well, Dylan, you told, I think, Randy earlier that you've never driven a rear drive car on Monadnock. What do you think now?
Man, I'm thinking I should have come and done this a little bit sooner. The thing was really fast. I can't thank my dad and our buddy Josh enough. They busted their butts to get it going because it wasn't handling right. But, man, this was a blast. This is probably the most fun that I've had this year with our racing.
Well, you certainly showed us a good race at the end because it was a good battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and you managed to do it. Some bad luck for Andrew Brusso, but that gave you the opportunity.
Yeah, when the caution came out and I saw we were in 4th, I kind of thinking to myself, what am I going to be able to do to make it happen here? And I didn't mean to use JD up that much, but it was for 3rd. I'll go apologize to him later.
Okay. Dylan Zillow, first time on the high banks in a rear drive car, picks up 3rd place in the Nestra Championship event here tonight. More to come, including our 100-lap quest for the Cup.
You are correct, David. We are going 100 laps for our Nestra Modifieds. This is a quest for the Cup race. And your current points for the quest of the Cup look like this. Top 5 in points. Nate Wenzel, after 2 competitions, one at the Claremont Motorsports Park, one at the Hudson International Speedway, is the big dog in the lead. Tyler Leary is only out of it by 8 points in 2nd. Joey Jarvis, who's here with us tonight, sits 3rd. Jeff Rollins, who's here tonight as well, is 4th. And Corey Plummer, who's not with us tonight, Kevin, sits in 5th.
Modifieds right here at Monadnock. The race for points is super close. Tyler Leary from Hatfield, Massachusetts, 2 points ahead of Nate Wenzel. That is 1 place. That's 1 place ahead. So if you're following the race, the 100 laps that are coming up, you got to keep an extra eye on, we only have 2 eyes, but if you had 3, that extra eye would have to be on the 11X and the 03, 2 of our younger drivers, Tyler Leary and Nate Wenzel. Again, Tyler's only 2 points ahead of Nate in the point standings here at Monadnock.
Tyler looking to go back-to-back championships. He'd love to cross it up and make sure it works tonight. And your Rookie of the Year last season is looking to become this season's champion.
Yes, so it's going to be close. It's going to be crazy. 100 laps is always fun here at Monadnock. And when 100 laps is on the schedule, we always get a couple of drivers who say they won't race anything fewer than 100 laps. They're a part of our field tonight here at Monadnock Speedway. Championship Saturday as we lead them out from the pits as our late models head back into the pits for the final time this season. And we will have 19 modifieds joining us in just a bit. 19 modifieds.
19. That is a solid field of modifieds here. They're looking to put on the show of shows tonight. 19 modifieds will exit the pit lane, hit the high banks here of Monadnock Speedway, and one, we're going to crown a champion and maybe a race winner at the same time. Or what will take place? Only time's going to tell. 100 laps is a long distance. It has, as you spoke, Kevin, tire management, fuel management, car management is the key. And here we go. Here come the pounders, the ground pounding modifieds, starting on the pole with the inversion. You just saw him win a spectators race in the Rollins provided ride. That is Cole Littlewood.
Following Cole Littlewood to his outside out of Merrimack, New Hampshire. He's won modified events here before and in other divisions as well. Jeff Rollins in the 02.
Your current points leader in the Kicks 100.9. Sponsored 11X. Put your hands together for Hatfield native Tyler Leary.
Two Tylers outside. Out of Troy, New Hampshire, another driver that we've seen grow up right here at Monadnock Speedway. Trevor Blow in the 83.
Inside row number 3, he's a crafty veteran, a rookie in this division. Into Zielinski Heating and Cooling, TSP sponsored HRE 07, Scott Zielinski.
To Scott Zielinski's outside. We mentioned him just earlier. He's 2 points back in the points battle here from Modifieds at Monadnock. From Granby, Massachusetts, driving the 03, Nate Wenzel.
Inside row number 4, love to go to victory lane. He keeps getting closer and closer. Out of Fitzwilliam, New Hampshire in the 13, that is J.T. Cloutier.
To JT's outside from Washington, New Hampshire. Picked up a win here, one of our first races of the year. Piloting the 25, Joel Belanger.
Inside row number 5 in the 60, that is Indy Major.
And another former young gunner here at Monadnock Speedway. We have the young Kevin Pitzinger from Williamsburg, Massachusetts, piloting the Fisher's Garage 50X.
Inside row number 6, you'll know the name when you hear it. In the Martin family, McGee family sponsored number 4 for Joey Jarvis.
Modified driver Joe Kendall out of Winchendon, Massachusetts in the big Raymond's Repair Orange 62.
Inside row number 7, we saw her go for the slide of life on the backstretch. Her team has worked tirelessly to put this car back in. In the Perry Dental, Edmonds Ace Hardware 99. Put your hands together for Kim Rivette.
And to Kim's outside, driving the Rivera Modified from Rutland, Vermont, Dallas Trombley.
The great veteran, always admirable to walk up and shake this gentleman's hand in victory lane. In the 84, it is Eric Leclerc.
To Eric's outside from Swansea, New Hampshire, another rookie driver in the modified class here at Monadnock. This guy's electric, Adam Lapointe.
Hard to believe we keep calling her a rookie, but in the 96, it's Harwington, Connecticut's Nancy Muni.
A name that has seen victory lane here many times at Monadnock Speedway. In the 88, from right down the road, Winchester, New Hampshire, Kyle Boniface.
And starting scratch on the grid, again, had the longest travel here from St. Albans, Vermont. Put your hands together for the 79 of Jason Bonnet.
And there you go, 19 modifieds in our field here today. Mentioning Eric Leclerc out of East Hampton, Massachusetts. Eric has already chosen to go to the back of the field. He's in the Tri-State Truck and Trailer 84. It will be 100 laps, and we will be going in just a moment. Of course, it's a Quest for the Cup race here at Monadnock this afternoon. Only one more race in the Quest for the Cup. Points battle is a situation for the Quest for the Cup as well. Randy was mentioning earlier, in this situation, it's Nate Wenzel with an 8-point lead over Tyler Leary, and then Joey Jarvis, 1, 2, and 3.
I think it's anyone's race, Kevin. I think they've all come to win it. And there's no doubt in my mind that that's what they're all ready to go. We're going to do some hot laps, put some heat into the tires. We'll be right back.
Hot laps are complete. We're getting ready to put them 2x2, Nerf bar to Nerf bar. They're going to fire off for 100 laps. This is leg number 3 in the quest of the Cup. They'll settle the Cup presentation at the Lee USA Speedway during Oktoberfest. October 1st is their event. That's Sunday. Pitzinger having problems, it looks like, with the 50X. Gonna see if maybe he elects to go to the back or just had a little bit of an issue to get it going or refired again. Ladies and gentlemen, as we double them up, get up on your feet, wave your hat, wave your hands, send the modifieds off. They're coming around to you. Folks in the pits, we can see you waving. Come on, folks, you in the main grandstands. Show them what you came to see. 100 laps, modified event here at the High Banks. Ladies and gentlemen, they're waving to you. Wave back to them. Send them off in my Monadnock Speedway style. Here we go. Littlewood, flanked by his car owner and Jeff Rollins. This should be cool to watch. As they come down the back stretch, they're going to enter the Surf Pro start zone. Chris Horton's got green in hand. We're going to go green, and we're underway for 100. Quick jump out. Dual 73 against the 02. The 83 working his way up through. TJ Blow to the outside. 3 wide. 3 wide at the stripe. Leary down on the apron. He's going to go into the second spot. Rollins is your leader. The 07 now on the inside of the 83 of Blow. Zielinski looks to take the third spot away. Digging in is Scott Zielinski in the 07. Challenge is going to come for the lead. Larry's going to have it coming out of 4. Your 2022 wanting to be 23 champion, Tyler Leary in the 11X is out in front. Rollins, Zielinski, and working on the rear bumper of Rollins is the 83 of TJ Blow. 11X of Leary pilots the front. We've got a long way to go with only 5 laps in the books. Littlewood in the 73 getting shuffled towards the back, but here comes the hard charger and Joey Jarvis in the 4. Jarvis working his way up through the field, and so has JT Cloutier. Cloutier looking to put that thing in victory lane. He's been so close so many times, Kev. I don't know. I think he's got one tonight if he can get there.
Yep. What he's going to have to do is win the marathon, the 100-lap marathon here at Monadnock Speedway. Of course, we are super early in this race, but we have JT Cloutier making moves already, along with Scott Zielinski, the oldest rookie I know of these days. Scott Zielinski in this class. In the 07, he had the fastest time for qualifying earlier when we did time trials. Put up a serious time on the backstretch scoreboard.
Zielinski now going to challenge Leary for the lead. Goes into turn number 3, takes the top spot away. New leader in tow. Here comes TJ Blow and JT Cloutier. Your champion in the Wolf is the 11X. He's now back to 4th spot. And here comes the young gun in Wenzel coming to get him.
Now this could be just a tire management move by Tyler Leary. Super early in the race. Don't want to chew up the tires too much. We could be going a certain distance. We don't know how many more cautions we have ahead of us. So he ends up letting the guys go by and is now in 4th place. As Eric Leclerc ends up being passed in turns 1 and 2 by Zielinski.
Zielinski, hot down the backstretch, gets around the lap car of the 84 of Eric Leclerc. TJ Blow holding hard in the second spot. Third goes to Cloutier. Fourth is your points leader in Leary. And here comes Nate Wenzel. Just a half a car off of Leary right now as they battle for position. Zielinski working the wheel on the 07. Doing a great job. Finds the line. Stays in the line. He's going to make Blow work the inside or the outside to get by him. JT Cloutier in the 13. Doing a great job holding on to the third spot. Leary seems to be saving the car.
Here's a pass for the lead. TJ Blow underneath. Scott Zielinski to complete lap 19. Blow moves up the ranks. Zielinski slides back. Then it's still Cloutier in third. He looks underneath. Diving down into turn 4. It'll be TJ Blow, JT Cloutier, and then Scott Zielinski, Leary, Wenzel, and the 0-2 for Jeff Rollins. Moving up, Joey Jarvis. Here's another pass. This time Wenzel goes under. Whoa, look out. Tire going down. There's a problem on the 07. He got wicked loose all of a sudden. I don't think there was contact there. Leary trying to charge back to the top 3 as TJ Blow goes ahead, stays there with Cloutier on his bumper. We've been saying it's Cloutier's due for a win. He's going to have to watch out for it. There he goes. Cloutier, first time on top this year, lap 23, and he takes over the lead.
JT Cloutier works the wheel of the 13 to the lead. Gonna stretch it out. Now Wenzel gonna battle Leary for the third spot. Everyone chasing for a victory. Here we come to the line. Zielinski refires well. The 07 goes to the inside of the 11 of Leary. But here comes the challenge. Teammates. Here comes Wenzel under the 83 of TJ Blow. Now he's got to hook up and see if he can get to Cloutier. What a race we're seeing here, and we're only a quarter of a way in.
The difficulty here is Leary cannot let the 03 out of his sight. Leary's got to stay really close right now with, if the race finished at this moment, Leary loses the championship and it goes to Wenzel. Wenzel was only 2 points behind him. That's one position. If they finished 1-2 with Leary in second, it would be tied. It would go to the most wins. If Leary finishes 2 spots behind the 03, then
contact, Dave, between the 07 and the lap car of Muni. Zielinski got up in the air out of turn number 2 the last time by. Something has gone awry with a 96. She's going to pull it into the infield. But now, whatever was wrong with the 07, it's reignited, or is he counting the laps going by?
Well, you can see right now that the 03, 83, and 07 are running 1, 2, 3. Rollins has moved back to 5th. Leary has kicked back to 6th spot. That's not where he wants to be. That puts him 4 positions behind the leader, and that puts him 8 points out, and that means he loses 6 points toward championship, and it's all Nate Wenzel's. Remember, there's still over 60 laps to go.
JT Cloutier is still stretching out that lead. He's almost a half a track away from Wenzel. Coming up to battle with lap traffic. He goes to the outside of Bonnet and then Boniface. JT Cloutier looking to sail that 13 in victory lane. Was going to dig as hard as he could. Here comes the 03 and the 83 and the 07. It is Wenzel, Blow, Zielinski, and the 02 of Jeff Rollins, and your current points leader, the 11X of Tyler Leary.
Leary trying to get his piece of the action. 35 laps in, 65 to go. Tire management and patience are what's going to count. But if they miscalculated, it could be JT Cloutier who surprises everybody The only thing that could happen is a car problem or a lapped car. If a caution comes out, that'll get all of them together. We don't want that. We want to go 100 laps and get this one in the books and move on to 2024.
JT Cloutier coming up on Trombley now in the 5. He has the outside of LaPointe in the 51. He's got to weave through him. He comes out of turn number 2, shoots down the back stretch.
This is shades of Corey Plummer winning earlier this year, and Joel Belanger getting out in front and winning his first. Both of them, Corey Plummer won a 100-lapper by getting out in front and just staying there to collect the checkers. And that's what JT is going to have to do, and let's hope he's not using the car up too soon. There's a lot of lap traffic right now between JT. You've got 5 lapped cars as one of them gets ticked off by Wenzel. TJ Blow getting in a little deep. Scott Zielinski trying to hold on to that 3rd spot. Leary has moved up to 4th now. He's picked off a couple and is pulling away from Jeff Rollins. Here's your leader across the stripe for 42. Spinner over in turn 2, and that's going to close the entire field up.
That was the last thing, Dave, that JT Cloutier wanted to see, I'm sure. Spin of Andy Major coming out of turn number 2. Loops it around, gets to 60 all crossed up, going the wrong direction. But now, Kevin, I'm telling you, here it is. This is what all those guys that were chasing, guys and gals that were chasing JT Cloutier were looking for.
Absolutely. You know, sometimes with these 100-lap races, it's all a roll of the dice. You're gambling. When are we going to get caution number 1? Are we going to get caution number 1? Now, obviously, chances are we're going to see at least one, which this was our first one in, 41 laps into the race. But we'll find out what happens with Tyler Leary. We'll find out what happens with Nate Wenzel. But I got to say, super impressed with JT Cloutier. I'm really excited to see him on the inside of the front row, see how he does this restart here at Monadnock. Of course, he'll have Nate Wenzel on his outside. A little bit of extra pressure right there. We'll see how... I can't call him young JT Cloutier anymore because he's not young anymore. Another one of the drivers that we've seen grow up here at Monadnock Speedway.
And an awesome young man, a great duel with him and his dad that keep working on this. The KG Performance 13 needs the win, wants the win, it's been inches away each time. Nate Wenzel looking to be the upsetter in the championship run. The 83 of Trevor Blow. The 07, Scott Zielinski. Zielinski would love to take that 07 and cement his rookie season with a victory today. But so would Tyler Leary. And maybe that's been Leary's plan. He's been holding back, riding a little bit, saving the tires, waiting for the end. But we're going to see in just a very short time how this is all going to come together.
Yeah, just doing a little recap of those first 41 laps. It was back right around lap 17, lap 20. Nate Wenzel made a heck of a crazy move on Mr. Zielinski, and there was almost a big pileup, and 3 and 4. Nate, when bombed, he dive bound down, right down to the yellow line, was able to make the pass, but most importantly, it was Zielinski who was able to hold on, no retaliation, and just keep on driving. We have the 07 right now in 4th place. That would be big for Mr. Scott Zielinski to have a top 3 here in this big 100-lap event.
And maybe that's just what Leary was hoping for. Maybe Tyler, and he's been working the wheel on that 11X. Maybe this is the plan. You never know what's going to take place. These teams work at this stuff all the time. They know the car's set up for 30. They know it's set up for 50. But they understand what it needs, and at the end, they have to have a car left to do 100 laps. Cloutier, ready to restart. Well, caution's going to remain on the speedway. Caution remains on the speedway.
Kyle Boniface joining the back of the field. They'll do one more lap. and then we'll go green flag racing. One driver that I'm a bit surprised got shuffled back into midfield. He started on the pole, Cole Littlewood in the 73, having a hard time with that modified so far. Maybe a setup issue. We'll find out soon enough if he can hold on or perhaps start to move up through the field.
Speaking of moving up, they're moving up toward the Serve Pro start zone. JT brings him in with Lenzel right behind him. Green is out. JT jumps down to the bottom. He'll protect the low side of the racetrack as he pulls away. It's Wenzel, and on the outside, Scott Zielinski trying to work his way up. TJ Blow coming in there. It will be Cloutier, Wenzel, Zielinski getting to the outside of Wenzel. TJ Blow and Leary moving up. Leary just wants to sit on the Wenzel bumper because he's got more wins. That's how he's going to win it if he can't be in ahead of him. 43 laps, 7 to go to halfway. Cloutier, Zielinski, Wenzel, TJ Blow. Problems in the corner. We've got a spinner. That is Kim Rivette. And Pitzinger checks up too much and spins himself out. So Rivette brings out the caution, spinning to the low side of turn 2.
Rivette lost a right front rear tire. The right front tire off the rim of the 99. What a tough break. Kim was having such a great run. Let's see if they can get A-plus towing over there, scoop her up, get her in, put a tire on it, get it back in the saddle, and get it right back to competition. Her crew will work feverishly to get that car back. And then Pitzinger in the 50X did a little spin trying to avoid doing the checkup process.
Yeah, tire went down for the number 99, and then she went over the speed bumps too, and then her tires ended up acting like a plow into the grass over there. So a bit of a messy situation for the 99 as the track crew comes over. And we'll give her a lift to the pits. We're 43 laps in. 99, the Kim Rivette wasn't doing that bad at all. She was having a top 10 run before the mishap going into turns 1 and 2 here at Monadnock.
Kim was in 7th place when the incident occurred. We've seen Rollins go off, Pitzinger go off. See if they can get some attention to their crews. Rollins not having a normal day that he usually is his here at the High Bank. He can be the dominator sometimes when he rolls in here. He's a great late model racer. But we're seeing. We've got 43 in the books. Going to restack them here. Cloutier looking for victory lane in the 13. And moving up again is the 07. The crafty HVAC plumber driving his hot rod, the 07, Scott Zielinski. 03 of Wenzel. The 83 of Blow. The 11X of Leary. And look who's coming through the field but Joel Belanger, who's coming off a victory here at the High Banks. As Kevin mentioned earlier, crafty just working his way up. And he's a young man to be driving at 25.
A young man to do it, but a couple of guys to keep an eye on, one of which is the 62. Joey Kendall, in previous 100-lappers, which is what he prefers, waits until the second half of the race and starts picking people off. So he may just be biding his time and saving his tires. What's important now is not just the championship here. Well, that's important for both Wenzel and Leary, but it's also important because Wenzel is leading points for the quest for the Cup. Leary is 8 points behind him there, and Jeff Rollins is 4th in points. He's only 16 points out of the top spot. So they don't want to go flying down here, smash the car up, and lose valuable points, not only here, because it really doesn't matter a whole lot to Rollins in terms of point standings, but it definitely means a lot to Wenzel and to Leary. The other guys are just trying to keep their points high so they can go into that October 1st race in the quest for the championship and get a good finish and get themselves a championship.
And if you've never feasted your eyes on that gorgeous cup, David, I've watched Todd Patino take it and put it in his possession. What an awesome looking piece of hardware for your accomplishments at all the NASCAR tracks, for sure.
I mean, an extra trailer when they go home. Is that what
yeah,
you're saying?
it could be.
All right, one other interesting note here, and it may be premature to bring this up, but JT Cloutier jumped from mini stock to modifieds. His last win in the mini stocks was 2013. June 1st, as a matter of fact, in 2013. So, and in his defense, he was also active in college and high school. He had high school football coming up in the fall. He played baseball in the spring. He raced his race car, and then he went off to college for 4 or 5 years. I think he's out now, and I think he's probably ready to go. Kimmy is back. They've resolved the issue with the tire. Let's see how she does now that she's got fresh rubber on the back of the car.
JT Cloutier is your current leader. The 07 of Scott Zielinski, the 03 of Nate Wenzel. The 83 is in the 4th spot in TJ Blow. In the 5th spot is the 11X of Tyler Leary. The 25 of Belanger is in 6th. Then the 73 of Cole Littlewood, the 62 of Joey Kendall. We're going to restack them and go green to checkers.
Fields gets themselves double up coming down the backstretch. They head underneath the Advanced Auto Parts scoreboard. They've got their sights set on those bright green start zone. They roll into the Serv Pro start zone. Cloutier goes. Zielinski held back a little too much. Now he comes up to the outside into turn 1. It's Cloutier. Zielinski up on his outside, and here comes Wenzel trying again, and Leary's moving up the inside. He's had enough. He's got to move up, and keep your eye on the 62 because he's starting to pick him off a little bit. Oh, a little checkup here on the front chute. Trouble over in turn 4. 96.
Caution's going to fly, David, for Nancy Muni up on the top of turn number 4. Kind of a melee going on down there as they were exiting turn number 4, coming down here to the front stretch. Lots of contact between lots of competitors, but Nancy is the victim of the caution up on the top of turn number 4.
How many times have we said, Randy? How many times have we said, Dave? Cautions breed cautions. Boy, those first 41 laps went by so nice and quick, and we've had a hard time getting going there ever since then. We'll see if we can get some green flag laps in just a bit. Nancy's able to fire up that modified and get out of turn number 4. She'll take it down the front stretch.
Well, they have to treat this as not a regular Saturday night shootout. That'll happen if something slows the race down at the very end of the race. But right now, with Nancy heading down pit road and they get relined, they've got plenty of time to move up. It's not even 50 laps yet. And even a special event is a 50-lapper. This is a super special event in many ways. And so keeping your head straight and keeping your foot maybe not all the way down on the gas just yet, because you don't get a chance to change tires. You get stuck in the back. You know, if you get stuck in the back, you're going to be in trouble. So especially if they go, all of a sudden they go, you know, you get a caution on lap 55 and you're stuck in the back, and then you can't crawl back up to the top. So you've got to really take care of the car, take care of the tires, and be patient.
Always nice to have a winning driver behind the wheel. Always nice to be driving a winning race car. Always nice to be having a winning engine under the hood. The 07 Scott Zielinski, the power plant in that modified, came out of a former track champions modified, Mr. Todd Patnode from right down the road. So we'll see what happens with Mr. Zielinski in the 07. He will start to the outside of JT Cloutier. And we have Nate Wenzel, who will be on the inside, and then the young 83 Trevor Blow on the outside in row number 2.
And the Patnodes are actually in the house today. We saw Todd and Lisa earlier. They will be competing. Todd will be in competition with the MRS Series at the Star Speedway tomorrow. So it's always great to see these folks here. I ran into a fan, or one of my fan favorites, in Dwight Jarvis, who's actually here in the house as well today. These are heroes of mine, Dave, just like you are, my friend.
All right, so heroes or not, we got a little kerfluffle in the lineup, and they send Eric Leclerc up, and then everybody else behind him, and got some of the other guys who had slipped up during the caution to slip back based on the laps down. By the way, that's the third driver this year that Louis Rivera has had in one of his fives. Some have had good luck. One of them had really bad luck at Claremont a couple of weeks ago and just blew the bottom out of one of the engines. So this time we bring in a hot shoe from the west coast of Vermont.
Speaking of other hot shoes in the house, Barry Gray. We got a chance to say hi to Barry earlier.
Yeah, Barry's up. I said, seems strange to have you not without a car. He said, this isn't for me. So
yeah. Says I've done my time.
Thought he might pick up a modified, but he's still active with the pros, the Granite State Pro Stock Series, and helping his son down at Stafford. So Barry's here. Nice to have him here. They're ready to go now.
JT Cloutier going to lead him down the backstretch. Scott Zielinski to his outside. Wenzel and Blow. Here we go. They're going to roll into the Surf Pro start zone. Chris Horton says, we're under green. Zielinski with a great jump that time. The 07 working the outside, going high, wide, and handsome. Here he comes, drives it into turns 3 and 4. Looking to take the lead. It's Zielinski's at the line for lap 44. Scott Zielinski looking to go to victory lane. Zielinski in the 07's been fast, super fast all season here, looking to punch the ticket into 2024 and get that 07 into victory lane. Zielinski with Cloutier on his back bumper. Wenzel, and then the 83 of Blow. But your current points leader's coming and working the wheel as well. Here comes the 11 of Tyler Leary.
Off the turn, they get in single file. Leary took a look inside Trevor Blow, just seeing if he could test it. Now he goes off of turn 2, down the backstretch. He's got Blow on the outside. He's down to the yellow line, coming off the corner. Leary and Blow, it's still Leary's position. Down into turn 1, turn 2. They're sitting right in behind the 03 of Nate Wenzel. Leary got to stay on Wenzel's bumper from here on out if he wants to either tie for the championship points or make a pass to take it over and hold on to the championship. This is important right now. It's the 07 and the 13. Who's going to have the best line? Leary, not quite yet past Blow. Halfway now.
That's what Leary's been waiting for, David. That was my belief all along. Leary been waiting to get in halfway. Blow comes to the back bumper, puts the chrome horn to the 11X. Now the challenge, JT Cloutier's got back up to Zielinski in the 07, but Leary needs to get by Wenzel.
He does it as we go into turn 2. Wenzel's got about a half car length advantage down the backstretch, working their way toward turn 3. Leary, and with Blow right on his bumper, tapping away. He upset him. He got into the back of Leary and moved him out of the way. When you got a guy going for the championship, that's not the way you drive your race car. And here comes Blow. Leary's just going to let him go, and then I think he knows how to use the crow horn if he has to. Keep an eye on the 62 while you're at it. He's creeping up toward the top 5, sitting right now in 7th place. Up front, it's still the Zielinski-Cloutier battle. Wenzel's got to be careful. Trevor Blow is going to be the difference maker between Wenzel and Leary. That's going to come down to it with 45 laps left in this 100-lap quest for the Cup 2023 championship event.
Scott Zielinski still rolling out to the front. JD Cloutier's been looking high, looking low. Cloutier definitely is better in 1 and 2. Zielinski has the upper hand as they exit 3 and 4. Now Cloutier looking to go low as they come down the backstretch.
Spotters are telling Zielinski to stay low because the bottom is open up. Cloutier's going to have to be super patient here. Off the corner they come, 41 laps left when they cross the stripe. Once again, Cloutier looks inside the 07. The 83 dogging the 03, and the 11 says, I got to get closer. I can't afford to lose any spot. I'm going to lose it by 2 if I don't. and lap traffic is coming up to be a factor as your leaders come down into turn 4 and head down the front chute to complete 60 out of 100 laps.
Oh, we got a spinner, Dave, out of turn number 1. Down on the apron is the 5 of Dallas Trombley, excuse me. He's going to bring out our caution on lap 60. This will turn this back into a 40-lap normal feature event, but with 60 more laps on those tires.
That's true. It's all going to be about who managed their tires the best during the first 60 laps of this event. Technically, 59 are in the books this afternoon here at Monadnock Speedway. Out in front, out of Irving, Massachusetts, the 07, Scott Zielinski. Behind him, Swansea, Massachusetts, the 13 of J.T. Cloutier. And then followed by the points, second in points, Nate Wenzel. He is 2 points behind Tyler Leary. And right now, he's 2 spots in front of Leary. So this could get really interesting as we head into these final 40 laps.
Shaking and baking, that was the Talladega Nights. And that's what we've been seeing here tonight. Scott Zielinski in the 07, doing a great job, getting to the lead. He's got some great help with that 07. J.T. Cloutier, Wenzel, his teammate in Blow. And then your current points leader at this moment in Tyler Leary in the 11X. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. We're going to rewind the clock because we didn't get to lap 60, so it'll be lap 59 that we'll restart. Chris Horton says cross flags are out. We're going to double them up.
As they cross up, keep an eye on the 11X because right now he can slide underneath the 83, kind of a protector for the 03 if you want to be a conspiracy kind of person. 03 and 83 parked right next to each other in the pits and being worked on by the Wenzel clan. The caution remains on the track. We won't get it. 2 more cars coming out, one of which is the 62 of Joey Kendall. Thought Kendall was going to be in it, along with Jeff Rollins. So there may be some strategy with 41 laps left. 2 of the guys who could be contenders for a podium finish go into pits. Did they change tires or just make adjustments? Don't know what the rule is for that. Haven't checked, so we'll find out as they work their way toward the Surf Pro start zone. Here they go on the gas. Green is out. On the outside, Cloutier, whoa! Zielinski ran Cloutier up to the wall and clipped his left front tire. And a caution is out. And the car behind the back, in the back, got slipped up and pushed against the wall because of the checkups behind the contact as Zielinski moved in there.
That's the 5 of Dallas Trombley. It's up on the pit road side near the entrance against the wall on the driver's side.
One of the guys in the back of the pack who saw something happening and took a chance, didn't want to stay on the gas, lifted and got tagged by somebody else. I bet we'll see from the restart. But Zielinski ran Cloutier right up to the wall and made contact with the right front. That probably is not a good idea, but that didn't get a complete lap in, so we'll go back to the lineup just before that. So they'll restart in the same fashion again. Guys are getting serious now. 41 laps left. There's still plenty of time to get settled in and make progress. The hard part now will be to get the 5 off the wall and out of the way so we can move on. And then you still have a 6-shooter main event coming up to cap the evening off after we're done with Victory Lane. And by the way, you bought those raffle tickets. We'll draw that in Victory Lane when we crown our 2023 Monadnock Speedway Nestra Modified Champion and our race winner. Here we go. Let's see how the restart goes. Whoa, yeah, oh my gosh. Zielinski ran the Cloutier car right up on the wall. He hit it with both the right side tires and had to back off, and as a result, the 5 got on the binders with the help of somebody else and came around. Let's see what it from this angle. Zelinski had no choice, bumper tag, and the 5 came in and just hit his brakes and turned himself around into the wall. So not a good sign for JT, because obviously the setup he had in the car that got him up front and kept him near there is going to go away on him now. Let's hope he doesn't have to duck into the pits, because that would just take him out of the picture entirely. If it's all wire tires and he didn't bend anything in the front, then he should be okay. If there's damage to the tires or the suspension system, he's really going to have a handful of race car.
Just a bump coming off that wall is enough to knock the toe out of that car, take the setup and throw it out the window of whatever's taking place. But JT Cloutier, he's working the wheel. It looks like the car is moving okay. It'll be different when it's under full power for sure, but it looks like he's weaving it back and forth. Everything's responding. Those steering racks will not take that kind of hit with any kind of severity, and it could be just a slight hit to really upset that car.
Well, that car really took a bump against the wall, and he did a great job watching the replay and keeping it straight. Could easily have slipped and gone sliding around and slammed it into something. So he's going to start on the outside of the 07 again. The 07 going to try to hold on to that lead. I don't think Cloutier's going to put up with being banged on, and he's got Wenzel right on his back bumper. He could pile up the entire field if he pulls a move like that again. Okay, we're coming down the backstretch again. One more time, looking at turn 3, heading for the Serve Pro start zone. This time Cloutier inches ahead a little bit so that Zelinski knows he's there. They both get down into the corner pretty well. The 03 of Wenzel trying to slide up the inside down the backstretch. It's the 07 of Zelinski on lap 60. He's got Wenzel and Leary on his bumper now. They both go underneath the 13 of Cloutier, who's having a little trouble. The car's a little wobbly now. But your leader, once again, is Scott Zelinski. With Cloutier now dropping back. Up the line comes the 83 of Trevor Blow. Cloutier, after having a super run in the mid part of the race, drops back to 5th place in front of Cole Littlewood.
He also, David, may be saving that car a little. It may have knocked it around, but he's having it looks like fairly decent run, getting through 1 and 2. That was his strong point before. He's going to just work it out. He may be feeling that car out, seeing what it's got and where it'll stick for him, because knowing JT, he wants the victory more than ever right now.
More than ever indeed, and right now, watching Leary kind of see what the 03 is doing in the corners. Leary looking for an opening where he can slide in there. Remember, these guys all have spotters, so they're all telling each other what to do and where to do it. Someone's just going to have to mess up on the car just a tiny bit, just a little wobble. Open that door up here as we complete 65.
65 laps in the books, 35 to go in the big 100-lap event here at Monadnock Speedway. Super Saturday, and we have a car spinning. It's Mr. Major, spins in 3 and 4. Got to bring out the caution, yes. Caution comes out just as the leaders go by. Major spinning again. No good part of the track to spin, but especially right there, and especially when the leaders are coming at you. 66 laps now in the books. 66 in the books, and ever since that last green flag, JT Cloutier has certainly moved back. There's been 5 very strong modified so far in this race, and they are the top 5 that you see here today. Cloutier, Blow, Leary, Wenzel, and Zelinski. They've been in control of this race so far, finding themselves up in front. Most of the modifieds in the back have been in the pits at least once or twice to make some quick changes or a major change. But our top 5 have stayed out. And we'll see if, the gamble pays off. Staying out, will that pay off in this 100-lap event?
The excitement still builds, Kevin, for sure. You've got Scott Zelinski looking to go to victory first time in the modified. You're looking at the 03, and Nate Wenzel looking to be the champion. Can he do it, or does Tyler Leary still have something in the 11X that gains him a back-to-back champion. He'd love to do that tonight here at the High Banks.
Well, Tyler Leary, his dad is spotter. I'm sure they're going back and forth, talking strategy, seeing what they need to do to make sure they get that track championship here tonight at Monadnock Speedway. Of course, his eye, out of the corner of his eye, Nate Wenzel, who's 2 points behind him in the standings. As they approach the Serpo restart zone, Chris Horton with the flag in the air. And Zielinski with a clean start. Leary on the outside of Wenzel, the two top point getters here at Monadnock Speedway, right behind Zielinski into 3 and 4.
Tyler Leary looks to go to the inside and gets it done. Moves into second spot. Leary into third, comes back to challenge Leary one more time. Is the 03 of Wenzel. They're all chasing the 07 of Zielinski. Wow, this is what you paid to be on the edge of your seat for.
Well, right now, it doesn't matter to Leary and Wenzel whether Zielinski wins or not. As long as Leary can stay in front, he's got 2 more points and makes it a 4-point win. If they come together and they end up finishing in the opposite order, it will be tied, and the championship will go to the most wins. Let's see who's going to use the chrome horn, who's going to use their patience as they work their way through lap 70 and on to the final 30 laps of this 100-lap quest for the championship and championship event.
Scott Zielinski working the wheel on the 07. You can see his hands moving in there. You can watch the hands being moved in methodical fashion in the 11X. The 03 maybe saving just a little bit more now because he's going to be there to finish. We've got 2 around.
Major crash.
That is Kyle Boniface in the
Eric
number
Leclerc.
88 and Eric Leclerc caught together coming out of turn number 2, and there's a lot of smoke from the Boniface engine, and we're hoping that there's no fluid involved here. Track crews coming out. Our pace truck coming out. Kyle able to drive away. And right now it looks like steam out of the radiator area of Eric Leclerc's number 84.
Tough break for Eric, and that's our unofficially 6th caution of the afternoon for the 100-lap event. So it's going to be some speedy dry and hooking at the same time. Tough break for Leclerc. He came into the race today in the Monadnock Speedway point chase in 5th place, believe it or not, with his consistent running. Although he has only had 6 top 10s, still enough for him to be 5th in points because it was consistent run. They've got him hooked up to stop everybody here. This changes everything.
Oh, it definitely changes a lot. We got a lot of speedy dry going down on the track right now, coming out of turn number 2. And you're right, Dave. It's sad for Eric Leclerc, one of our favorites in the pits, a one-man crew who is here each and every week. You might not see him on the podium, but it says something when you're 5th in points. It means that you're constant, you're here each and every race. The number 84, the Tri-State Truck and Trailer 84 of Eric Leclerc. Track crews working on, well, it looks like there's a lot of liquid over there. Coming out of turn number 2.
The good news is it's just most of it below the main groove coming off the corner. They want to come out in the middle groove or maybe a little higher, but trying to get underneath coming off too. If you could get the car to diamond enough to come out of there, I think they'd be in a little bit of trouble because it's going to be slick for several laps until it really dries out. The good news is it's the only time we've had to do a speedy dry deposit here today. We've done some races recently where it took a long time because it went all the way around the racetrack. This, not the case. The guys are working hard to scrub it in. But now the cars sit. The tires cool because they're not still running. A lot of that tire strategy may very well go right out the window and take, a handful, if not a dozen laps to get your car back to where you were running before the caution came out, because the other cautions, they kept running. They didn't stop and sit.
So we got 29 laps left in this 100-lap event. We have a lot on the line over these next 29 laps. We have some young drivers right in the first 3-4 spots here. Lots of thoughts going through their heads, how they're going to approach these last 29 laps. Again, Leary, when it comes to the points here at Monadnock, he is 2 points ahead of Wenzel. 2 points ahead of Wenzel, and that means that, well, he's just got to stay in front of that 0-3. A win, of course, would be nice. A track championship, even nicer. It would be 2 in a row for Tyler Leary if it were to happen here today at Monadnock. More work being done, working in the speedy dry, into the groove here by our track crew. And as Dave mentioned, the first time today, I think we've had a spill out on the track, so.
Well, here's a statistic to take a look at, and it's only happened maybe in my memory once before. Nate Wenzel is 2 points behind Tyler Leary in the point chase. If it came down to the fact that Wenzel won and Leary was second, or Wenzel was third and Leary was fourth, they would be tied.
Yes, so how do we do a tiebreaker?
So then you go to the most wins. Nate Wenzel won on June 10th. He won a doubleheader on July 22nd. He won again on August 26th and September 2nd. Tyler Leary won on September 9th. So if they came tied in points, Leary also won on the 5th of August. If it came down to it, it's 4-2.
So it goes
wins.
Nate's way.
This
yeah.
happened several years ago. Roger Raymond and I forget who else at the moment was in the battle for the championship, but they finished the last race. They were tied. Roger won one more race than his competitor and won the championship.
Wow.
And I would have to go back a long way in the record book here at this point to try to track that one down, because Roger's really been mostly retired for quite a while. So there's a lot of years in this book to do that.
Monadnock's Racing Bible. I'm standing right next to it up here at the tower.
You may touch it.
All right, work continues. And as Dave mentioned, the tire's now cool. And that's a big consideration for these drivers here at Monadnock. How many laps is it going to take for them to get back into the groove that they were in before the caution came out here on lap number 71?
Comes from consistent finishes, so you don't have to be the winner all the time in order to win the championship. They were back at it again in 1999. Barry Gray and Roger Raymond were the top two in the pro stocks. Peter Jarvis, who, by the way, is wrenching on the number 4 for his Joey Jarvis, was third in points in that pro stock race that year. Roger Raymond and Rob Goodenough in the next year of 2000, they were tied, or were close. Raymond won that championship as well. Rob won the opening day, and Roger kind of won a couple more during the rest of the year, as did Barry Gray and Jim Boniface. So, you know, it's competitive and fun when they're close. When someone runs away with a win or runs away with a championship, the record books doesn't necessarily say that, but it takes the fun out of the race when that happens. I think we're about ready to fire them up, and then we'll turn them loose here, get some guys working their way through the speedy dry.
Yep.
Zielinski and Leary will be the first ones who I think will go through in a very gingerly way. We'll let the pace truck to be the first one to start disturbing that stuff. Now, where are they going to drive? They're going to drive through that where they think they're going to be coming off the corner.
That's true.
That's the part they want to have perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And here comes a little push truck for the Edmunds Ace Hardware machine for Kim Rivette.
After this 100-lap event, we still have our 6-shooter feature for today. It will be a 25-lap race for the 6 shooters, and again, we will crown our track champion for this year.
And that could be Michael Yetton or Steve Miller Jr. They're the two 10 points apart coming in tonight. 10 points, 5 positions.
That would be 5 positions, yep. And we have an 8-car field tonight for the 6 shooters. So Rivette gets the push, and she is gingerly moving along as the Monadnock Speedway Toyota Tundra comes through 1 and 2 with the field behind it.
Jeff Rollins popping out of the pits one more time. Still, remember, there's 29 laps left in this event, so Rollins can still move himself up into a point position because there are several lap cars between himself and the back of the field as he rolls up in behind Joel Belanger.
That's
it's
true.
not a bad position to be in.
Nope, he's still being listed on the lead lap in 10th place right now. Just ahead of Joel Kendall. Joe Kendall and also Andy Major are on the lead lap. Jason Bonnet is 1 lap down in the VT 79.
Well, I know if I'm driving a car through turns 1 and 2 on the restart, I'm going to be holding on to that. Not necessarily coming down for the start, but that first lap into 1 and 2 under green, I'm going to be hanging on to that car like it's the last chance I'm going to have, because one little slip up and it changes the entire front of the field.
Right. Both hands on the wheel, David. Both hands on the wheel. Sun starting to set behind the Ashlet River on the backside of Monadnock Speedway on a typical Saturday night. We'd be into our heat races right now, but here we are in our big feature race for this afternoon and this evening here at Monadnock, the 100 lap
All right.
NHSTRA event.
This is going to be different because now you're going to have Leary on the outside of Zielinski instead of on the inside. That puts Nate Wenzel right behind Zielinski. This will be an interesting start as they work their way toward the ServPro start zone. They're in the zone. They're on the green. As Zielinski gets away, Leary right after him. He's got to drop down inside. Wenzel gets underside, taps him a little bit with the left front. A check out right front. Gets Leary upset. Here comes J.T. Cloutier back in the hunt again. And the 99 of Kim Rivette, she's up. Unless she's lapped, she's in 5th place now. Very interesting development. It's Zielinski, Wenzel, Leary, Cloutier, and whoa, look out, Belanger slides high. Everybody avoids him. Wow, it could have been a T-bone that would have wrecked everything. He's got rolling down off the bank, so his tires didn't heat up as fast as he wanted them to. We'll go back to another restart where the same cars will be side by side in the front 4. I'm surprised to see Kimi Rivette up there. That's a good run for her.
That's an excellent run for her. I was about to say, while it was going green, one modified that was moving and having a really hard time was the 83 of Trevor Blow. Trevor causing that caution right there. He was being passed left and right, got a little aggressive, and it ends up spinning another modified driver. He got a scolding from Chris Horton on the flag stand when he went by, but the 83 definitely not as strong as he was before the green. And we talked about this, David, how these modifieds can be very fussy. You know, you have a long break like that and they don't react as well or react like they did when you were green flag racing.
Well, we just saw the replay, and he did get in going into turn 1, got into the back of the 25 a little too aggressively, and the 25 took a slide. They all avoided it, but it could have been a mess from the middle of the pack back. Single file restart. They've had enough of this bumping and thumping. That's going to change everybody's strategy. Side by side, you can make moves that you can't make when you're single file, so you're just going to have to pretend you've been racing like that right along. We are up to this is 7 cautions. Probably time to pull the plug on double file restarts.
Wow, single file restart with 27 laps to go. That's a big signal from the tower to these drivers. As Dave mentioned, they've had enough. They've had enough. Let's get to 100. And let's see how these drivers and how these modifieds react as they head towards the Surf Pro restart zone. Zielinski gets a bump from behind from Wenzel. Green flag is in the air. Zielinski very slow on the start. Wenzel wanted to go, as Leary does too. Wenzel to the inside of Zielinski. Zielinski holding on. Wenzel by a nose over Zielinski that time by. Nate Wenzel, and he's trying to take Tyler Leary with him. Leary with a lot of contact against Zielinski right there. Zielinski comes up, hits Wenzel. Boy, these top three, they're racing really rough here at Monadnock Speedway. Wenzel, Zielinski, and Leary. Two of the drivers going for the track championship. We're 75 laps in.
75 in, 25 to go. It's still Zielinski. They're trying to move into that second spot. Leary's going to line him up. If he can get that car to come back to him, Zielinski holding the low line. If he slips up enough, Leary's going to dive underneath. It's still going to have to be up to him. Another caution, and this time the 60 spins for the third time tonight.
Yeah, that will probably be it for Mr. Major. The 60 spinning in turn number 3 and into a turn number 4. So that will be our, well, it's either the 8th or the 9th caution, depending on who you ask up here in the tower. But too many cautions for this 100-lap race. Chris Horton getting off his flag stand. He'll have a message for somebody as they drive past the flag stand here at Monadnock.
And that message is to send Andy Major into the pits for bringing out the caution for the third time. Tough break.
Yeah, Major gets black flagged, so he's into the pits. We have one less driver, one less modified out there. Dave, my God, the top three. It was like bumper cars out there.
Well, they're bumping and thumping because they all want to move up. Zielinski wants to get a win, but it's more important to the 03 of Wenzel and the 11 of Leary to get to victory lane and get to the podium. Let's see what happens now as they work slowly down the backstretch, heading for that Surf Pro start zone. Watch for the green flag as they hit the yellow line. Here it out. We're on our way. Wenzel drops low to protect the inside. Zielinski riding right up on his bumper. Leary hanging back a bit. Cloutier running in fourth. Fifth is the 99 for Kim Rivette. Joey Jarvis runs sixth. Seventh is Rollins. Eighth right now, Littlewood. Ninth is the 62 of Joey Kendall. And certainly 10th now is Belanger. The 03 of Wenzel starting to pull away. Zielinski wants to protect his position. Leary wants to get him out of the way. It's more important to him than it is to Zielinski. And Leary is banging on his bumper big time. They probably put a new bumper on just to make sure it held up. But down the backstretch, Leary's trying to find a way to get to the 07 to get out of the way as we check him down. We've got 80 laps, 20 to go now for Wenzel, Leary, Zielinski, and Cloutier. Leary looks inside, down the backstretch. He dives down into the corner and takes himself out. We knew that was going to happen sooner or later. The caution comes out. That was not the time to dive inside because Zielinski was dropping down.
Yeah.
What a nasty break for the guy who wanted to be champion and came in leading points.
Oh, man. Leary thought he had enough space. He gives an earful to Chris Horton. He's mad. He's super mad at the 07 right now. Thought he had enough space to dive bomb him going into turn number 3. The space wasn't there, Dave. There was a big collision, and that means the 11X is going to be at the end of the field. We'll have 20 laps left. And nothing is said and done as of yet. But right now, Nate in the 03 is leading the way. And something very, very interesting happening while that caution was going out. JT Cloutier taking second place. So it's Nate Wenzel, JT Cloutier in row number 1. And will it be Zielinski and Rivette in row number 2? Well,
this is an interesting development. It's a tough break for your defending champion. in Tyler Leary. He really wanted to get this one and thought he could manage it. You take the chance sometimes when you're going for it. You see a break, and the break closed up sooner than he planned on it. Takes him over the left front of the 07. He's out. He'll be back in at the back of the field, but ahead of the lapped cars, but he's only going to have 20 laps to get himself back up to the top 5. The championship looks like it may have just gone out the window without netting.
Before the spin in 3 and 4, how many times did Leary hit Zielinski going around this track for the previous 2 laps? I'd say at least maybe 3-4 times, some serious hits, letting him know that he was there. I'm coming through, and it didn't happen. And now we've got Zielinski stopping at the start-finish line, being stopped there by Chris Horton. So he'll take a spot right behind Leary, and we'll see how that relationship unfolds.
Well, that should be interesting coming back through now, won't it? Because he chopped down on Leary as he was trying to go by would be my interpretation. I haven't checked with the guys in the
right now, Kim
Race Central
is in 3rd place right now. Nate Wenzel, JT Cloutier, Kimi Rivette, and Joey Jarvis. And then, one of the drivers who has had a heck of an afternoon has had his hands full all afternoon, the 02 of Jeff Rollins.
Things change quickly when you have a 100-lapper. Patience. So we'll watch this replay one more time. There goes the 11 down. He's starting to drop down into the corner, and boom, up goes the front. The car scrapes over the speed humps, over some more. So the 07 slides up, keeps on going, pushes him around, probably not on purpose, but made contact again going up to the banking. And so here we go.
All right, so here we go into the Serve Pro restart zone. Green flag is in the air for Nate Wenzel. And Nate Wenzel, as there's contact behind in the back of the field. And another caution comes out.
So that restart went awry. There was some banging and bumping right behind him, and a whole bunch of guys got sideways. A single-file restart, you would think that they could keep them straight. But we'll see what happens here when they do it again as the pace truck rolls out for the 10th time. I think 10 is enough.
Race.
I am
going back to the previous caution with the contact between Zielinski and Leary. The contact first happened at the 2nd speed bump, at the blue speed bump there in turn number 3. It wasn't deep into the turn. That first big contact happened just as they were entering the turn. So that was definitely telling. And here we are with 20 laps to go. And our 3rd single file restart, I think.
At least 3rd.
Okay,
and
3rd
10th
single
caution.
file restart. We'll see
Here
if
we
we can
go.
get it right this time.
Rolling down toward the restart zone. Serve Pro waves the flag. So does Chris. On the gas, it's Wenzel, Cloutier, Rivette, Joey Jarvis, and Jeff Rollins, your top 5 as they head down the backstretch to try to complete lap 81. Wenzel, Cloutier, Rivette, Jarvis. It'll be Wenzel leading 81 with the rest of the field chasing him down now. Leary's got to work his way toward the front. He's got a lot of cars to pass in order to get himself into the top 5 at the very least. Laps are going to tick by less than 20. Down into turn 1 one more time. And now the field starts to string out. Wenzel running away. Cloutier, Rivette, Jarvis, Rollins, and Littlewood moving into the 6th spot in the field. Then it's the 62 of Joey Kendall, I should say, Joel Belanger, and Leary. Look out. Kendall goes high, Belanger goes under, and here comes Leary trying to get into the top 10. We come down to complete 85 laps.
15 laps to go in this 100-lap feature, with Nate Wenzel out in front looking at the championship this afternoon and this evening here at Monadnock. JT Cloutier looking for another podium along with Kim Rivette. She could see the podium in 14 laps if we hold on where we are right now. A bit further back, Joey Jarvis. Joey Jarvis holding on to 4th place and Jeff Rollins in 5th. Further back into the field, Tyler Leary has made the pass on Joey Kendall. He is looking to get ahead of Cole Littlewood in the 73. He's another driver who has had his hands full this afternoon with a modified that's just not driving the way he had hoped when he started his afternoon. 12 laps to go, and it's single file racing here at Monadnock.
Still guys trying to work their way further up in the pack. Trevor Blow in the 83 was banging on the back bumper of the 07. He dives hard into turn 4. The 07 coming right back at him. He wants to get a better finish, even if it's not in the money. 10 laps left. Coming down the line, it's going to be 9 laps to go for the 03 of Nate Wenzel, the 13 for JT Cloutier, and the 99 for Kim Rivette. Running 4th, it's still Joey Jarvis in the 4, and the 02 of Jeff Rollins in the 0 running in the 5th spot. Leary has moved his way up to 6th. He could get 5th if nothing happens in front of him. Looking like he may have a shot at it. Cutting down the laps when they cross the stripe. 7 to go.
7 to go here at Monadnock Speedway. Nate Wenzel running each race here at Monadnock Speedway. Also running to the north at Claremont Motorsports Park. Busy racing family. His brother got the late model championship earlier this afternoon. Nate Wenzel looking for the championship right here tonight. 5 laps to go. 5 laps left here in the 100-lap event.
Leary picking off one more spot, trying to get underneath Joey Jarvis. He wants to get himself in. He followed the 02 of Rollins through. Laps tick down. We got 4 to go for Nate Wenzel, picking up the championship. For JT Cloutier for another podium finish. Kim Rivette for her first top finish in a long, long time. Rollins up to 4th. Leary in 5th. With Littlewood going 6th. Jarvis back to 7th. 8th right now for Blow, 9th for Kendall, and 10th right now for Zielinski. 2 laps left, 2 to go. And the 03 wobbled big time coming off of turn 4. Let's hope something's not going away on his car. It could change everything here. Down into the corner, off of turn 4. White flag in the air. One more for Nate Wenzel to race to a championship. Here they come as the top 5 and 6 cross the stripe. Wenzel on the backstretch. Sweeps down into turn 3, off of turn 4. He'll roll across the stripe and win the 2023 championship. JT Cloutier 2nd, 3rd belongs to Kim Rivette and her best finish of the year. Then it'll be the 02 for Jeff Rollins, and the man who wanted to be champion will finish in the 5th spot.
Wow, big run from behind for Tyler Leary, finishing 5th here tonight when he was in the back of the field with 20 laps to go. But it was the Wenzel show here for the big event at Monadnock Speedway. Nate Wenzel, last year's Rookie of the Year, this year's champion for the Modifieds here at Monadnock.
I'm very disappointed. Tyler Leary just took it down into the pits. He'll think it over and congratulate his rival perhaps a little later on, but right now I think anyone who's tried really hard to win something and have it fall away either because of someone else's error or your own makes it really tough. And the guy we need to talk to who's been sitting patiently down there for the race to end through about 5 cautions, and he will be talking with our champion in a minute, is Randy. Randy Wheelock's down there. Randy, you could have taken a nap between now and the time you got down there to do victory lane. Don't break the car and don't break the flag. There he goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner tonight and your 2023 track champion at the Monadnock Speedway, Nate Wenzel. Nate Wenzel making his way around the high banks here, working his way to victory lane. Man, will he be excited when he rolls out of this hot rod. Shuts the fire down, gets his picture taken. Got 6 fingers in the air because he's got 6 wins, 6 victories. Is the water going to be affected? See what takes place. See what's going to go on. Gets congratulations from Trevor Blow, his teammate. Oh, and doused in the seat with water he gets. Here he comes. Folks, let him hear you. It's Nate Wenzel, your champion. Oh, the ice cooler chest. Ooh. You started that, buddy. I think they're going to finish it for you. Come around this way, pal. Talk to your fans. Man, you ran the wheels off of this thing. You've been really successful all this year. This builds upon it. You can't be more happy than this right now, pal.
Honestly, I haven't done anything. It's all the people behind me. I don't even know what to say. It's just a lot of work. Went into this all the time. Big thanks to my dad, Ted, and Tim. Every week they're at the shop trying to make this car better, and we made a pretty big swing right before the feature, and I didn't actually know about it. But
here, surprise.
Yeah, it definitely worked. But just thank you to Jeans Ford and Chevrolet, Virgilio Property Management, 1812 Auto Body and Paint, Val Recycling, the fireplace, just my mom, my dad, Tim, Ted, Lindsay, Jordan, TJ. He's taught me a whole lot. Same with my dad. They've taught me so much about modified racing, and damn, I love these cars.
Your modified champion, Nate Wenzel. Gonna see if we can talk to JT and Kim. Buddy, you had a racing incident there. It kind of stuck. You were ready to roll to victory lane, no doubt in my mind tonight. You have nothing to be anything but proud of what you've done.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I had it for a little while. I mean, I was surprised I was able to be here in the end. Congrats to Nate. I mean, he raced a hell of a season. I just got to thank all my people who get me here, my dad, my mom, all the fans, my grandfather, Jake, my uncle, KG Performance, Shep Brothers, and Longchamps Electric.
A true class act, JT Cloutier, will finish in second today. Gonna see if we can get Ms. Goffin, Mrs. Goffin, to come to victory lane. Kim, come on up this way. Talk about a lady that's earned her way to the podium, and I mean earned every lap. Kim Rivette. Oh, my dear, I can't be any more proud of you. You had a really incident when the tire goes down. You flew into the pits. They fixed it. They brought you back, and that thing turned like a rocket ship.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot better before that all happened, and we have a really old tire on the right front, but it worked out. I really wish that didn't happen because our car was really good, but I congratulate, championship here. That's awesome for Nate. JT, second place. Thank you to my crew. I mean, after we went over the wall at the beginning of the season, we rebuilt the car, and we've been struggling, and then last week we had a really good run, and Nate took us out. I was waiting for his reaction, but we deserve this. My team deserves this. I can't thank my sponsors enough. My dad, Gary, my brother, Kevin, everybody that shows up, my husband, of course. And then, it's definitely a team effort, and I really owed them a podium finish. So I can't thank everyone enough, and my mom at home, of course.
We can't thank her enough. She's been a dynamite star for a lot of years here at Monadnock Speedway. Kim Rivette. All right, so Nicole's got the 50-50, tickets all over the track. We'll re-rack them, we'll be good. And Nate, our champion, is going to help us. The pot is $538. You have to share it with me, just so you're aware. Digging in deep. Here he goes. Pulls the ticket. The winner is?
678-1276. 678-1276.
There you go. $538. You get it from the ticket booth, the souvenir stand, and we're ready to go 6-shooter racing.
Thanks, Randy. And yes, once again, congratulations to Nate Wenzel and the whole Wenzel team down there for the big victory here at Monadnock Speedway this afternoon. Nate Wenzel, JT Cloutier, and Kim Rivette, your top three. Nate Wenzel also increasing his points lead in the quest for the cup with the big victory here today at Monadnock Speedway. One more race to go. 25 laps are left on this old racing surface. Will it be able to withstand 25 more laps? We will soon find out.
Ground pounding 6-shooters will be out there. Yeah, I think it survived it very nicely. But they'll give us a good race as they cap their 2023 season here at Monadnock and a division which between the tracks here in western New Hampshire and the ones over on the East Coast are beginning to develop a pretty decent field. I think in terms of lower tier support divisions, the 6-cylinder 6-shooters are probably one of the directions that they're going to want to go in as time goes on, because big cars aren't going to be available for those kinds of divisions because they're not making them anymore.
So when it comes to the points battle, Michael Yetton in the 25 NH is your points leader. He is 10 points ahead of Steve Miller, the Space Cowboy Steve Miller. I'm sorry, Steve Miller Jr., so the Gangster of Love. Steve Miller Jr. is 10 points behind Michael. And then his father, Space Cowboy Steve Miller, 16 points behind the leader. That's your close top three. Roswell Mason, 58 points back. Zachary Zielinski, who picked up his first win last week in the 6-shooters in the big Winchester Fair event here at Monadnock Speedway. Zachary Zielinski, he currently sits in 5th place for points in the 6-shooters here at Monadnock. And as Dave mentioned, the 6-shooters very active up at Claremont Motorsports Park, over at Hudson, and at Lee USA Speedway as well. Many of these drivers competing at all of those before-mentioned tracks. So we're almost there. Almost there as the modifieds exit. Kimmy gets back in her 99. One more time here at Monadnock, fires it up, and we will clear the front stretch, and we'll be going racing in just a bit.
Maybe. Fucking fall down and scrape your face off.
On the old surface. The old surface taking one more victim.
Well, they do need to, and they've had some pieces come up over here, they've had some pieces come up over there, and had to patch up a little bit. There's big gaps in places. I'm impressed when I see grass growing up between the cracks and they're racing on it. So
You should see when we were at Hudson last year, I went out on the track. Oh my God. Horrible.
yeah, it's worse, and it's older too.
Yeah,
Much
horrible.
older. You take a lawnmower out the Hudson, actually. Yeah. I think when Dick Williams took over Westboro, about the same time he took over our track for Bill Davis, he repaved Westboro to get a better surface. I remember I worked there one season, and you come off of turn 2, and the car did this. It would set a car over over a groove.
Here we go, the 6-shooters coming out on the track. Our final feature for today, our final feature for 2023. And leading them out is young Zachary Zielinski, 16-year-old Zachary Zielinski out of Gill, Massachusetts, in the 7Z, the 7Z Neil A. Zielinski Pioneer Valley Indoor Karting Northfield Creamy 6-shooter. And right behind him, in the number 52 NH, is Mike Comtois out of Pelham, New Hampshire. And then we have Steve Miller Steve Miller, who is third in points. Space Cowboy in the 68. Steve Miller in the Harpoon Brewery 6-shooter. Steve Miller Jr. will be on his outside. He's the Gangster of Love in the 79 out of Grantham, New Hampshire. Michael Yetton is our points leader, and he starts fifth this afternoon out of Pelham, New Hampshire in the 25 NH. Garrett Berry from right down the road in Whately, Massachusetts in the 51. Tristan Bodwell, Sanford, Maine, 17X. And Ryan Upton from Bethel, Vermont in the 8. Here we go as we head towards the Serb Pro restart zone one more time. Looking for the green flag from Mr. Horton, and there we go. Zachary Zielinski is off and running here at Monadnock Speedway. Zachary Zielinski started first and led every lap last week. We'll see if he can do it 2 Saturdays in a row here at Monadnock. Out in front, and some contact between one father, Mr. Gangster of Love there, Michael Yetton, trying to move up in the 25 on the inside. Michael Yetton on the outside, the 79. Careful into 1 and 2. Wow. All sorts of banging happening there between Yetton and also the 79 and the 68. So the 79 is the younger Miller. The 68 is the older Miller. As the younger Miller, the 79, goes to the inside of Yetton and is staying right there. He's not going anywhere. He's banging on his door as they come down the back stretch right now. Into turns 1 and 2. Steve Miller Jr. in the 79, Gangster of Love. Moving on down. Oh, and here comes Dad. Dad to the inside of Yetton. Didn't have enough space. Yetton holds on as they cross the start-finish line. Meanwhile, Zachary Zielinski is off for his Saturday evening drive here at Monadnock in the 7Z. Zielinski family and team have been working on this 6-shooter that they call Black Betty all season long, and they finally got it together last week. Finally got it running right. It had a couple of really rough starts at a couple of different tracks, but here at Monadnock, they were getting frustrated. They finally figured it out, got the victory last week, and Zach has been leading at 8 laps so far. Miller Jr. in second. Yetton, our points leader, is in third. So Yetton 10 points ahead of Miller Jr. in 6-shooter points here at Monadnock. Further back in the field, after Yetton, Steve Miller Sr., and then the 52 NH of Michael Comtois. Garrett Berry, that's his first season here at Monadnock in a 6-shooter. Trying to figure things out. His season started off with a blown motor at Claremont Motorsports Park back in April. So it's been an uphill battle for Mr. Berry in the 51. 11 laps in now. 11 laps in as Zachary Zielinski is out in front, but look out. The Gangster of Love is coming on up, Dave.
Love has been picking him off. Zielinski may not have a cakewalk like he did last week because he's now got the Gangster right on his tail, and there will be a little bit of a discussion as they go into the corner, or maybe the next corner, as we try to knock off the final 12 laps. About halfway through this one right now. Zach, the teenager, here comes Steve Miller, gets it way down there, couldn't hold it down, got on those speed humps, and that threw him all off, so he had to come back up, and he loses 3 car lengths in the process. So here we go. Going to wrap it up again. Tighten up that rubber band and roll it right down into the corner. Right now, Michael Yetton will lose 2 points toward his championship, maybe 3, maybe 4. Actually, when you think about it, Miller was behind him by 10, so he'll pick up 2 points, and he still has it sewed up. Now, if Miller Sr. goes by, that will change things a little bit. But Michael Yetton right now has just got to keep his nose clean for the final 9 laps if he's going to win his championship here. Meanwhile, up front, it's Zach Zielinski and Steve Miller Jr. And they're going to come on up onto the lap traffic. Well, it didn't lap as much as they almost took each other out.
Zach Zielinski working the wheel on the 7Z. He's looking to do victory number 2 in that hot rod tonight. Steve Miller Jr. working all over the back bumper of that car. Doing a great job. Zach has become such a great racer. Oh, contact with the 8 in the lap car. Keeps it straight, no caution. Got it refired and ready to go. Zach Zielinski still hangs it out in front. We're going to have 5 laps to go this time by.
Zielinski dives into turn 4. He's still got Miller filling up the back bumper of the car before they get there. Miller's just got to pedal a little bit harder. These 6-cylinder cars, the way they're set up, cannot zip right back into position, but patience is what it does. Miller's got it wrapped up. He's coming back up a half a car length off the back bumper of Zach right now. 21 laps in the books, 4 to go as they cross the stripe. Then it's going to be Michael Yetton gearing up for a track championship here. They had to come all the way over from Hudson in order to get a championship at Monadnock. And Miller banging on Zielinski's back bumper, got him to move out of the groove just a little bit as they cross the stripe. Zielinski drops down, shuts the door, and they've got the Barry car ahead of him. That could be another issue going into turn 3. He slides up right in racing groove. Now he is down out of the way. Can he get him down out of the way? 2 to go. Here comes Miller inside. Can't do it. Lap traffic in the way. Zielinski slides right up close to the 51, who I think figured out the leaders are right there. White flag coming up next time. Zielinski has to get a wide berth around the 7. 1 lap to go. Can he make it 2 in a row? Zielinski has a shot, half a lap. Miller trying to charge down there, Yetton trying to count on a championship here. To the line, the win goes to Zach Zielinski, Steve Miller Sr., Michael Yetton, Steve Miller Jr., then Steve Miller Sr., and Mike Comtois will make up the top 5.
Waving the checkered flag is none other than your track owner, Norm Wren. Give him a round of applause, folks. Did a great job. Makes a great flagman. He's had a great and awesome racing career. Now a track owner and looking to turn the wick up around and be the best track in the Northeast. As we get ready to go to victory lane for the 6 shooters, I can't thank you all enough for coming tonight. Thank you for joining us in 2023 at the Monadnock Speedway. My name is Randy Wheelock. I have the pleasure and true honor of working with some awesome people. The master of ceremonies here at the Monadnock Speedway, Dave Sutherland, my partner from the Checkered Flag Report, Kevin Bazan, Miss M, race director Mike Green, Craig Carter, our chief scorer, Gary Dutton, our reporter. I can't thank you enough. And we look forward to seeing you back here in 2024. We're going to go to victory lane and Kevin Bazan.
Thank you very much, Randy. Here he comes, getting a big greeting from his family and his race team. Coming down into victory lane for the 2nd week in a row, winning in the 6 shooters, Zachary Zielinski. Zachary Zielinski in the 7Z. We'll be talking to our track champion in just a bit as well. The Miller family comes up. The Zielinskis come on up one last time. The final victory lane for 2023 here at Monadnock Speedway. Here he is, your winner of the 6 shooters this Saturday evening, Zachary Zielinski. Second time this afternoon he has been here on the podium. Big drink of water. Car's still on. You going somewhere?
Yeah, I can't shut the thing off. It won't start back up again, but.
All right, okay, we'll leave it on. We'll leave it on. Zachary Zielinski, you led every lap. Great job, but it was a battle there with Mr. Miller Jr.
Yeah, I don't even know at this point, but I owe it to all of them. This car is, I like this car too much now. I went from hating it beginning of the season to loving this thing. So I'd just like to thank Fine Line Homes, Northfield Creamy, Lawrence Sign and Screen Printing, Kidder & Co., Pioneer Valley Indoor Karting, Zielinski Heating and Cooling, Clark's Auto, Neil A. Zielinski Electrician, Zachary's Easy Yard Work, Flag Farms, Sunrise Valley Farms, Miss M, my mom, my dad, my grandpa, my brother, Bob and Diane, Auntie Laura and Uncle Bob, Glenn and Kathy, Uncle Scott, my girlfriend Lindley, and all the fans that are left here.
The second time he's read that list here today. Zachary Zielinski, your winner for the 6 shooters this evening. The final race here at Monadnock this season. Let's talk to our runner-up here, runner-up this afternoon and runner-up in points. Mr. Miller, how are you?
Oh, we're not too bad. I gave it the best run I could, and there's a little contact, but that's just rubbing and racing. Really wish these things had mirrors because you'd be able to see, when people are getting up on you and stuff. But seems like the trend tonight was lap cars screwing everything up. I watched that street model race, and I heard the modifieds had trouble with lap cars, so I guess we got to get them some learning. But it was a good season. I got to thank Fired Up Pizza, Stone Leaf Cannabis, Lynette and the Farm, Rick Morse especially. He's here every week and really never gets any credit for being the pit crew man. He changes a tire whenever we need him to, torques, does tire pressures. Anything we need, he's always there for us. So that'll do it for this season.
You bet. It's the gangster of love, Steve Miller Jr., second here tonight in the race, second in points, third tonight in the race, but our track champion for 6 shooters, able to hold on. Here comes Michael, Mr. Mohawk over here. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Tell me about, bring me through the race first of all, and let's talk about this huge season.
The race, I'm not sure what happened. I just drove as hard as I could like I usually do and ended up on the podium again a lot this year. The season went great here. Had one bad race where I got taken out, but every other race I finished first and second and then third this time. Thank you, MTM Flooring, Pioneer Automotive, BMP, Heating and Cooling, OPT, Orthopedic Physical Therapy, Tormeo Industries, Travis, John, Mom, Dad, everyone that came today. Thank you, everyone.
Michael Yetten, your scooter champion here at Monadnock Speedway, and that caps our season here at Monadnock. Thanks, everyone, for watching online. Thanks to all the fans here in the crowd, in the stands each and every Saturday here at Monadnock. We'll be back with you next season. Be well.